right. We've got a number of things to observe today, guys.
Longest
Give me a mic
relationship
check.
I've had for a while.
3, 2, 1. We good? We on the money right now. Scrumble with the 11 months. Lone Star with the 26. Day 423 of trying to get crawls to try my build before it's trash. Oh boy. Listen, we made some internet changes. If this don't fix it, I don't know what
This
will.
TWAB better be thicker than my sub streak.
Oh boy. Yo, the photo with the 29 months. Big Leo with the 25. This ain't Mass Effect 2. Don't worry. We've already downloaded it. I actually, hold on. Tell me if I'm doing this right. I bought the Mass Effect Legendary Edition last night.
Month in a row I unsub. This is a threat.
FX with the tier 1 sub. FX, thank you so much for the tier 1, baby. FX, you come in here, you mod, and you drop the tier 1 for 39 months. FX, thank you so much. So there's a little Mass Effect FX, really thank you for the tier 3, brother. Too kind, man. Too kind. Tier 1, you mean tier 3? I know, I was just fucking with you. I bought this. Next week, I promise, I'm leaving today. We've got to go do this thing in LA. But next week,
2 year
when we
baby,
return,
let's go.
we are going to be playing through the Mass Effect series. Now, let me just say this. Everyone here says this is supposed to be a good game. I will say my only experiences with BioWare have been Anthem, Avowed. Those. So, like, I don't really know. You guys, y'all bring up this is going to be an amazing experience. But I'm just curious to know, is it really though? Is it nostalgia speaking? This is BioWare at their peak. This is before they shit the bed. Goated games, this is their best. Okay. All right. We'll try them out. We'll mess around with them. You will know what we lost. Is this going to be another Titanfall situation? You know, I was pretty happy before Titanfall. You didn't have to bring that on me. You know what I mean? I didn't need to feel those feelings. Pro Score with the sub. Thank you so much, man. Havoc with the tier 3. Havoc with the tier 3, baby. Wrecked Hooch with the sub. Cryptic with the sub. Thank you. 1000%. All right. Cross, if you're coming to LA, let me take you on a ride along. I don't know how I feel about that. Can I trust you, oh dear free to play? You will play and see what people are hyped for BioWare's recent games and be let down. Oh. So more pain it is. Yeah, kidnap him.
Let's see what we've got.
Took you 2 years to play it after the redeem. Blitz, what is this? Is this your first time in the stream? Hold up, this shit was redeemed yesterday. Yesterday it was redeemed. What are we talking about? 2 years. 2 years ago, we weren't even streaming. 2 years ago, we didn't even, there was no twitch.tv/Aztecross.
Just remember the name of Miranda.
Remember the name Miranda? Is she hot? Iron Monarch. Hot Knife with the sub as well. Thank you. Okay. Oh, she hot? Okay. All right. Tally's much better. Okay. Not that matters. Luke, can we show the stream? Luke, can we show the stream the thumbnail for today's video? God, dude. I don't even mean to do this. Let me tell you, this is all Luke's fault. This is all Luke's. Luke, drop it for me inside of the Discord. Okay. Clickbait, here we come. Rage bait, here we come. A lot of rage bait, guys. A lot of rage bait. Yeah. Kind of like this thing right here. Have streamers ruined Destiny 2? To fall out in data, apologies if you did not want your face on this thumbnail. I have no control over this. I'm sorry. I can pop it live right now. Yeah, pop it live right now if you want. But send me the thumbnail. Send me the thumbnail on Discord. Did you ask them? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Guys, I'm gonna be honest, man. Can I tell you how many times I've said things to people in my brain, but not actually in a DM? You know what I mean? God, dude, it happens too much. I need to go get that testing done. What's that testing? The brain test. I can't tell you. Look. I've been like around the house. I'll tell the fam stuff, and they'll never unless everybody's gaslighting me. They'll never remember it. An STD test? No, not that fucking test. What's wrong with y'all? Huh? What's wrong with y'all? Luke, drop me the thumbnail. Oh, okay, you did in my DM. All right, listen. I want you to know this is not my fault. Okay? I have no control over what the artists on our team do. All right? No control. If you feel like this is rage baiting you, I'm sorry. Honestly, I feel a little bit of rage. Luke also suggested that we should play the first Ascendant with an eye tracker on. I don't know what the purpose of that is, but to play it with an eye tracker on, or Stellar Blade with an eye tracker. I don't know why. What is the eye tracker supposed to do? Hold on. If I was to play Stellar Blade or the first Ascendant with an eye tracker, is there like a percentage? And is there like, yes, Cross was looking at her ass 90% of the time? It shows us where you're looking. Okay. All right. Catch you in 4K. Is it really that accurate? It shows where you're looking on the screen with a bubble. No! Does it really? That's dirty. You can't fucking catch these eyes. Dude, I'm too good, man. No. No, eye tracker cannot keep... The eye tracker... Look. I can see shit without ever looking at it. That's 4K, baby. Right here to my left, 90 degrees. I can see everything. I can make it out every shape, every bevel. The goosebumps, baby. I promise you. Look, I got this shit. We'll do it. Bet. We'll do the eye tracker. And I guarantee you, my eyes will never be where you think it's gonna be. Right? The eye tracker can't tell what your brain is processing. Dude's gooning in his mind's eye. Technically, we all are, right? What even is vision? All right.
Fight, Guardian. No one will fight for you.
If you win, I'll delete my Warlock. Okay. He thinks he can beat science. Let me make sure I got the right scout rifle. Hold on. I got box breathing. Lone wolf. That's a pretty solid roll, dude. I actually feel like I got a good roll. Did y'all know they fixed the scope on Nature Reclaimed? It's actually hot now. Good luck, brother. You need kill clip? No, box breathing, huh? Am I gonna watch any Borderlands videos? Actually, we have a lot of things we're gonna be watching today. With us leaving over the next few days, I'm concerned that the rage bait will leave you and that you won't be raging hard enough. So while I'm gone, I want to make sure that you guys have an adequate amount of emotionally induced content. I got an ad. Why? Because you're free to play Dauntless. Because you are free to play, free to be here, free to talk, free to speak. Bait to rage over. Is anybody actually focusing on armor with Iron Banner? Hey, YouTube guys, good to see y'all. Hold on. I don't want you guys to feel like you're ignored. Chat, let me know if the internet ends up being better today. We made changes, and by changes, I mean we directly plugged ourselves into the modem. I wasn't on Wi-Fi. We just had it set up where the modem fed into our outlets in our house, and then it distributed internet throughout the house. And then I would plug into the wall of my Ethernet. I'm hoping it's going to be better. Is the stream good today? Who's your internet provider, if you don't mind asking? I can't disclose that. It's literally the place that I live. Literally the name. Their headquarters is right next to me. Not that that really matters. I don't feel like anybody's going to show up to my house. But just in case one of you just got a hard on. And also, I don't know if anyone can fuck with their internet or not. The other situation is this. Their website's not secured, so it concerns me. I would show up. Their website is not secured, and you fuckers are pretty tech savvy. I'm concerned one of you would like try to like, I don't know, bump their damn shit offline. Stop making me blush. Except I'm the pizza guy who almost walked on your driveway. If the Pentagon can get hacked, anyone can. Yeah, but it's the reason why you would ever hack them. What is the motive? I don't feel like I'm on the high priority list for wanting to hack. You know, Russia don't give a shit about me. But one of you fuckers during a day one raid might give a shit. And that's concerning. People, what was that? What was the expansion where all the, like, was it like Italian and a bunch of other people were getting knocked offline? Y'all remember that shit? There's it was like a whole Discord. They had the IP addresses of all the streamers, and they were like knocking them all offline. No, that was because Bungie, something happened with Bungie. Bungie was doing some shit. You know what I mean? It was Scourge. Yeah. I just remember there was a group of people. It was the same group. Look, it was so funny. This group, this Discord or whatever, it's like they shared IP addresses and they shared nudes. You know, what an interesting. But yeah. Here's Gadalion's IP address. Want to see some tits? What a bizarre Discord. Checks out TBH. Wasn't it PvP, guys? I don't know. It was a while back. Does my Discord do that? It shouldn't. No, hell no. If anyone in my Discord is doing stuff like that, mods, ban them immediately. We have a zero tolerance policy. Okay. You want to send nudes of someone? Just don't. Consent is important. 2, if you want to send nudes of yourself, keep it to DMs. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody need to see all of that. And plus, Aztecross is Discord full of gooners. I don't want to see no like OnlyFans advertisement happening. Zelda, I don't want you putting your OnlyFans in the fucking Discord either. What about feet pics? No, dude. No feet pics, no nothing. Luke, give it to me. Luke, give it to me. Is this Photoshop? Tell me, Luke. Is this Photoshop? How am I supposed to trust a guy that thought Zelda was Link? Real, they're requesting players for close testing. All right. Well, there you go, guys. Listen, this is a perfect opportunity for you to develop a relationship between yourself and the Marathon team. You yourself to be a part of their next playtest, which will take place June the 27th through the 29th. It's good. It's good. Good luck. Have fun. Luke, did we get an invite? Luke, check our email. Did we get one? Neuro, thank you so much for the sub, my man. Yum with the gifted. Icy. Old man. Much love to you, brother. It's Nicole's. Thank you so much for the sub as well. No, we did not get an invite. Damn, brother. Damn. Shucks. Darn. Lustful Dream with the 22 months. Thank you, thank you. After all those videos, absolutely not. What are you talking about? You mean videos of just covering the news? Wow. Really went out of our way on that one. Oh, fuck. Not cool enough? Maybe not. That's all right. You guys have fun, man. Tell me if it's good. Actually, don't. You're under an EA, so don't say shit. All right. Our first video we're going to be watching today, as we normally do, leading up to a TWAB. Into the Light was better. Rite of the 9 retrospective. This is a video here from Mr. Llama. I'm being told it's a pretty good video. Let's take a look. Let me actually start this off on. Cross just got slapped with the Bethesda treatment. Maybe.
Right, hello guys, welcome back. Now that the Reprised Prophecy dungeon has finally released, we've essentially seen all that's on offer with the Rite of the 9 event, because now we've played all 3 dungeons and have had the opportunity to grind for all 12 unique weapons. In a little over a week from when this video releases, all 3 dungeons will be made available until the release of the Edge of Fate expansion, more or less marking the end of the overall time gating. And yes, I do say more or less, since there is supposed to be one final Lootapalooza, as Bungie are calling it, during the final week, involving a new way to spend your event currency. And from the footage we have of people who snuck into the secret chamber, it just looks like we'll be able to buy exactly what weapon we want by interacting with its respective podium. So that won't have any...
Is anybody excited about the Lootapalooza? I'm not, like, I honestly, I'm like, I've got the few rolls that I need. Maybe I get a go. I might get a God roll code comfort. Kinda. Hell no. I guess if you don't have a sudden death, the trench barrel 1-2 punch shotgun roll, then perhaps, you know.
Bearing on what we're talking about today, which is giving my thoughts on the Rite of the 9 event as a whole and critiquing exactly what I enjoyed and exactly what I believe could have been handled better. And we're going to be making lots of comparisons to Into the Light, since both of these events are similar in the sense that they bridge the gap between the final season of the year and the upcoming expansion. So without further ado, let's begin. Arguably the biggest pain point when it comes to Rite of the 9 is the quality of the loot on offer. And by this point, it's no secret that the majority of the perk rolls, with a few exceptions like the 1-2 punch trench barrel shotgun, are not particularly strong, and overall don't offer something new or unique over currently earnable drops. Not only that, a good portion of the weapons are in general just really unpopular or weak archetypes to begin with. The Waveframe New Pacific Epitaph is a weapon archetype from a long gone meta that has been wildly outclassed by newer weapons like rocket sidearms, especially in the form of Tinashe's Mastery, and the list goes on. Long arm.
Dude, let me just ask you though, for real, grenade launcher to grenade launcher, does anyone here use waveframes anymore? For me personally, aerial denials have completely taken over. Like, that's all if I put on an ad clearing GL, it is aerial denial every single time. Lost signal, yep. Nah, the chain reaction nerf killed it for me. Wave frames need 2 to 3 waves. Oh, so give it like the dead messenger effect? Perhaps.
No Survivors, Terminus Horizon, Greasy Luck, all of these are just straight up mid-weapon archetypes that aren't exactly bad, but are nothing to really write home about.
No.
On the flip side, most of the Into the Light weapons were meta-defining and highly sought after. Think things like Edge Transit, Hammerhead, Midnight Coup, and of course the Mountaintop. Plus, these weapons were especially future-proof, which is another important point of discussion. Early on, even before the Brave Arsenal was in our hands, Bungie told us that all 12 weapons coming with Into the Light were going to be enhanceable within the final shape, because it was with the release of the final shape that game-wide weapon enhancement officially became a thing. And just knowing that the weapons we were grinding for would 100% have a place in the new system and were, as a result, actually becoming more powerful was a very welcome thing to hear and certainly encouraged grinding for them even more. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for the Rite of the Nine weapon, since despite Bungie stating that a fully enhanced double perk adept drop is roughly equivalent to a tier 3 weapon in the Edge of Fate, the weapons themselves aren't actually being tiered and I believe are instead defaulting to tier 1, as is the case with all of our current legendary weapons once the DLC drops. So unlike Into the Light, the weapons this time round aren't making a healthy transition into the new system, which as a result somewhat kills the motivation to chase them. In fact,
dude, it completely kills it for me. I mean, how many times when we reviewed any of the Into the Light weapons last year were we like, look, it's good right now, but once you can enhance this perk or that perk, it's going to be substantially better. We all knew that what we were grinding for last year for Into the Light would play a pivotal role for us going into Final Shape, Salvation's Edge, all that stuff. And it was the ability to upgrade those weapons and enhance it in the new expansion. We can't do that. That's not the case at all for the Rite of the Nine weapons.
I was discussing this with my good friend Core Projects, and he mentioned that it would have been way cooler if Bungie shipped the Rite of the Nine weapons as the first and only set that included the new tiering system as a sort of teaser for Edge of Fate. It also could have given way to bragging rights like, oh, I got my tier 5 before they officially became a thing, or they could at least bring them all up to a tier 5 as a guarantee when the DLC drops, which definitely would make things more interesting to...
Dude, that would have been huge. It would have been the first set of weapons to roll out that you could get up to tier 5. Do you know how many people would be grinding? You know how many people would be fucking... I didn't even think about that because like, no, how about... I was like, maybe there's just a way that you could just get the weapons and perhaps you could just upgrade it, you know, the next expansion. No, straight up just have the tier system applied to just these set of weapons. Also, the other side of things is this would differentiate itself between the refresh that Prophecy already got last year. Yo, keep in mind, guys, last year we got a refresh of perks to Prophecy weapons to then just get another refresh of perks. Granted, yes, some of the perks that left and some of the new perks that got put on these weapons are better, but there really is no... I mean, it's still crossing over. You get the new origin trait. All right, you know what I mean? Whereas a tier system would be like, oh, shit. No, this is different. And it would have really gotten everybody hyped to be on board for the new loot system,
to say the least. As a result of the weapons being average, the replayability of the dungeons themselves is also impacted and makes them more of a one and done experience once you get the one role you kinda wanted. Whereas with Into the Light, the loot was so good you would simply not stop playing. However, one of the really positive additions related to loot was the inclusion of guaranteed dungeon exotics from the weekly quests. There was 1 week where you could choose between either Hierarchy of Needs, the Navigator, or the Galahorn Catalyst. And just this week we were once again able to choose between Hierarchy of Needs and the Navigator once again, which is fantastic for players who don't run dungeons a lot or have struggled with RNG, and especially since most of these dungeons are several years old at this point, it has absolutely no bearing on the perceived rarity of the exotics either. I'd rather that newer players have a fun new toy to play with that hopefully encourages more participation in future raid and dungeon content. Furthermore, Bungie absolutely nailed the aesthetic of these weapons, especially with the shinies. The galaxy texture is super clean and is in my opinion better looking than the Brave Arsenal shinies. The next topic I want to briefly discuss is the lack of desirable cosmetics that Rite of the Nine shipped with, since if we look back to Into the Light, it had several worthwhile cosmetic chases like the Super Black Shader, awesome emblems for beating each Pantheon difficulty, and of course the God Slayer title. And circling back to Super Black, the shader was so iconic that it literally spawned an entire fashion demographic, that being the Super Black Hunter. And unfortunately, Rite of the Nine doesn't really compare. Admittedly, the emblems for beating each dungeon are pretty clean, but they don't have the same source that the Pantheon ones did. But the shader on offer offer is just totally buns. It would have been way cooler if there was a shader that made your armor look like the galaxy texture from the shinies that you got for beating each dungeon on ultimatum difficulty, for example. Into the Light also gave each class a brand new armor set, again something which Rite of the Nine hasn't.
Dude, I've honestly forgotten just how much shit we got in Into the Light. Hot damn it, brother. We got so much stuff. To me, it's like the whole year was just kind of like a blur together. I forgot just how much stuff came with Into the Lights, and not even including Pantheon. Dude, it really was peak. I'm telling you, Final Shade would not have done as well as it did without Into the Lights.
Done, but at least to me this isn't as important, though it would have been cool to see the flawless trials of the 9 ornaments come back in some way. Again, they could have been a unique reward from the ultimatum difficulties. Overall, the quality of the cosmetics could have done with a little extra sauce. The next major pain point that deserves a good amount of criticism was the initial content rollout, because in the beginning it was going to be one dungeon lasting 3 entire weeks that then rotated to another one, and then the same would happen again, meaning that if things stayed as they were originally planned, we wouldn't have seen Spire of the Watcher again for a month and a half, which frankly was a terrible idea, and due to waves of community backlash, Bungie made it a 2-week rotation rather than 3, which is still not ideal, but it was far better than before. They also made it so the second week of each featured dungeon would drop guns from defeated enemies and would also have increased currency gains. But this also means that if you're playing the event more casually, why bother playing in the first week when you can wait for week 2 and play then instead, since it drops more loot. The system was flawed from the start and always should have been 1 dungeon per week on a rotational basis, so it would simply go Spire, Ghost, Prophecy, then Spire again, and so on, with the final week of the event featuring all 3 at once. Time gating is honestly fine if done right, but the initial rotation was far too egregious. And actually, Into the Light had a similar problem where they were initially going to release 1 new weapon per week to grind for, but again, after much backlash, this was changed to 2 weapons per week instead. So no points go to Into the Light on this issue, it was also guilty. A comparison I've seen regarding the 2 events is the newness of the activities, since at the time, Onslaught was completely new and had never been in the game before, and while yes, the maps did reuse Crucible arenas, the actual mode itself was entirely novel. The same cannot be said for the reprised dungeons since we already had them in the game, but a counterpoint to this is also that Pantheon was reissued raid encounters, but arguably in a more creative way than Rite of the Nine did it, because again, the actual concept of the activity was new, which does lead nicely to my next point, the actual quality of the activities themselves. The Pantheon encounter changes were fresh and oftentimes very exciting. The Tormentor spam was maybe a little over the top, but I'm sure people clearly remember Rulk spawning a clone of himself, the patched Riven Cheese, and the chaos of -20 Nezarec, which doesn't really translate over to the Rite of the Nine dungeons. That said though, I don't think it's entirely fair to compare them one-to-one. In fact, I think the dungeons were a clear highlight of the event, with the changes being received pretty well across the board. Spire of the Watcher added additional combat challenges per encounter in the form of several new mini-bosses scattered throughout that blocked your path forward. Ghost of the Deep was actually my favorite because rather than adding mechanics, Bungie instead stripped it down by making first encounter last only 3 rounds and made the boss shields almost non-existent. Plus, the really long transition also awarded an extra loot chest, so despite how long it takes to do, at least you get rewarded for it now.
Ghost is actually my favorite.
I'd go so far as to say that with the changes, Ghost of the Deep has actually become a pretty solid dungeon, and I really hope they consider adding them to the base version in future. As a side note to this though, it has to be said that the modifiers for these activities were seriously unwelcome, at least in my opinion. Not swap is an entire can of worms that I best not delve into too deeply, but if you want my take, having played each dungeon with it on hasn't actually been that bad, at least from a Titan perspective. Most of the time I ran with Curus, and yeah, it would have been nice to have Skullfort in my neutral game setup, but I got used to it. Still though, I would prefer if it wasn't there to begin with, but it was definitely nowhere near as bad as some people thought. The real modifier that was far more evil than not swap was, in my opinion, attrition. The one where your health doesn't regen until you collect the health orbs on the ground, and especially in Prophecy this week, it's been absolutely atrocious and makes the whole experience feel terrible. There were so many times I died on 1 HP where I wouldn't have normally if my health could just regenerate. And the same can be said for the grenade modifier Scorched Earth, where enemies spam their grenade attack far more often. And in the case of Ghost of the Deep, this one was active during week 2 and made it such a pain in the ass. Samuma would not stop throwing one-tap pulse grenades, and Acolytes would constantly spam you with fire pit grenades. In my humble opinion, oppressive modifiers like like these belong nowhere near contest level content, and instead I would much rather have the Pantheon approach that had more tame modifiers like Grounded or Arachno that were balanced by fun, positive modifiers like Shotcaller or Class Warfare or even Elemental Surges, since Rite of the Nine had none of these. So please Bungie, stop putting attrition in an otherwise really fun activity. Circling back to the dungeon changes,
how do y'all feel about that? What's y'all's thought on like attrition really was evil? I mean, that is an evil. I mean, it's one thing to have it in just regular content, another thing to put it in like a contest mode environment. Attrition should be deleted. I like Llama's take on Pantheon. Pantheon did a really good job of having, you had a few negative modifiers, but you had these positive modifiers that would offset it. You're only streaming at 720p. What the fuck? Why is it 720p? I literally have no settings like that. I'm watching at 1080p. Okay. YouTube, what's y'all shit on? Look, go check everyone. 100% 1080. All right, just give it a second. I have no idea. Like, it should be at 1080p.
Also had some solid ones made that spice up the usual flow. And in general, I always appreciate when we get more contest level activities to play. They feel rewarding to complete and help you to improve at the game. And speaking of, by far the biggest win of the entire event is hands down the addition of Explorer mode and the catering to new and inexperienced players. Being able to launch the dungeon on an easy difficulty with super relaxed conditions like 5-second respawns, no darkness zones, and reduced health pools plus a damage amplification if you go in solo is super awesome. It gives players who are either new or inexperienced with the endgame a chance to dip their toes and see if they like it, especially since the mode easily guides you through the mechanics with the helpful in-world tooltips that describe exactly what must be done to achieve the end goal, which is a really good way to teach the dungeon without players needing to look up a guide on YouTube. And also, Explorer mode mirrors the base version of the dungeon. None of the Rite of the Nine specific changes are active here, meaning they can take that knowledge and apply it to the normal dungeons once Rite of the Nine is over. I've heard nothing but good things about this mode, and I've also personally praised it plenty of times, and it's a clear step in the right direction for all endgame content, and I hope Bungie takes the feedback from this initial iteration and begin plans to roll it out for all future dungeons and perhaps even raids if the infrastructure can be supported. Ironically, the same cannot be said for Into the Light, and if I remember correctly, it was actually one of the main criticisms of the event, especially with Pantheon, where it was always going to be anti-new player since there was no matchmaking and you needed to form a pre-made group. And when it came to the higher difficulties, I'm sure you can imagine it became even more daunting than it already was. While maybe not as difficult, you could make the same argument for Expert Wave 50 Onslaught, since one wrong move on a Tormentor Augment could cost your team the entire run if you weren't adequately prepared to deal with it. And again, it didn't have matchmaking either. Closing out with some more general items, overall it felt like Rite.
Yeah, this is where it's like, you know, there's things that I want, things that I enjoy. Like, I truly enjoyed Pantheon, but did the majority of the community not like Pantheon? Would they prefer, you know, something more approachable, like the Explorer mode version of these dungeons? You know what I mean? Half of everything in Into the Light, half of Into the Light was supposed to be the Destiny 2 10-year anniversary event. Okay. Pantheon wasn't for some people. Pantheon had me bricked up. Pantheon was fucking S tier. Nothing really comes close. Pantheon wasn't solo player friendly. Well, it's a raid though, too. You know what I mean? Like, it's a raid. Here's my suggestion. And I've said this for years. Open up matchmaking. Put matchmaking on everything. Let people go in there with whoever. And look, will it be catastrophic? Maybe 70% of the time. Perhaps. But maybe you get someone out of that group. 1, if you're lucky. 2, that you connect with. All right? And you could play with them. You can create relationship with them. Just load up and go, man. Just make it happen. And look, this ties back to the commendation system. Listen, if you make the commendation system...
A game built for everyone is a game built for no one.
Okay, Nance, thank you so much for 26 months. If you have a commendation system that actually means something in Destiny, where you can only commend one person in the fire team, and it's a currency, and that currency can be redeemed for materials in Destiny or cosmetics. Imagine if you can go and instead of just bright dust, or maybe you can even convert that combination currency into bright dust to then make purchases for cosmetics. Okay, Final Fantasy 14? Yes, exactly. Final Fantasy 14 did the shit. They won't do that. It would be abused. You have to get activity completions. And you can make it to where you can't commend the same person back to back or something. You know, maybe. Look. Just copy what Final Fantasy 14 does. It's that easy. Bungie, just copy them. Look at what they do. They've had a very sustainable player base for years and years. Copy their shit. They have great... their social side is arguably the best of all MMORPGs. How would that get abused? I think what people were thinking is like you could just, launch in on someone and then everyone can just like commend each other after the completion and then they can convert that into bright dust. All right, well, fine, dude. So what? You know what I mean, folks? So who cares? Just make it to where you can only commend after the activity. That's it. You got to get a full activity. Is that what people really worry about? I guess. Guys, can we stop capping about these changes? Bungie are not going to do anything that will benefit the player without it benefiting their bank accounts. Bank accounts. Please, it's been 10 years of this crap. Seriously. Danny, we're going to start a Discord channel just for you. It's going to be AA for recovering Destiny players. What's your slogan? Tell me what your slogan's going to be. How to break away. How to break away. How to quit by not quitting. Oh, hold on. Well, give me something else. Danny ain't lying. He's not wrong, though. Okay, all right. Fuck you guys. You know that? Fuck y'all. You're bullshit. No. I just wanted to say that real quick. I just want to say that. I'm gonna. Excuse me. Let's just keep watching. No, fuck you.
Rite of the Nine was just, how can I put this, less polished overall. There were several minor inconveniences, like not being able to get down from the second or third chest platforms, having sparrows be summonable in the social space during the first week, only to have them be taken away from the second week onwards, no damage being shown on the scoreboard after you kill the final boss in both Spire and Prophecy, and the loot chest not telling you how much currency is consumed when purchasing a drop. There's also the gripe that Rite of the Nine had way less content than Into the Light, because the latter came with with a brand new Horde mode activity, a raid boss gauntlet, and a couple reprised exotic missions. And Rite of the Nine only had 3 dungeons and a returning social space from year 1. But to be honest, I don't think this is entirely fair, since it's clear that Rite of the Nine was always going to be a smaller event, and to innovate to the same extent that Into the Light did would have been a very tall task indeed. But that isn't to say it was good enough as is. I think a great addition to the dungeons would be to have a mini pantheon alongside them, where it took the boss encounters from all the featured dungeons and blended them all together into a single boss rush mode, and perhaps bringing in some other dungeon encounters too, like Corrupted Puppeteer, the Nightmare of Keitel, and Heffin's Vengeance. But perhaps this was too big a task for Bungie to complete.
It would be
I
great,
also want
though.
to give a brief mention to the Spire of the Watcher Ultimatum speedrun tournament that Bungie ran for the entire community, with the promise of the Movie of the Week emblem as a reward. And I think little events like these are awesome ways to get the community interacting with the content, especially since a highly sought after emblem was the featured reward, and I hope they continue to host more of these in the future. In conclusion, Rite of the Nine is unfortunately no Into the Light. It suffers from a bad loot problem, as well as a needlessly time-gated release schedule that could have and should have been avoided. But that doesn't detract from its positives, like how well it integrates inexperienced players into dungeon content and provides a welcome challenge for experienced veterans, with the clear highlight of the event being the dungeons themselves. That said though, the standard set by Into the Light was always going to be hard to live up to, and despite Rite of the Nine being a smaller event overall, were it not for the aforementioned weaknesses like the weapons and content rollout, I firmly believe that this event would have been far more highly regarded, despite its smaller size. I hope that if any Bungie employees watching find my feedback valuable and consider taking it into account for the next time an event like this rolls around. And despite the drawbacks, I still had a really fun time playing the event, and it was indeed a welcome addition to the usual dry period leading into the next expansion. Feel free to leave your thoughts in the comments below, and don't be afraid to challenge my talking points. I'm always keen to appreciate new perspectives. Anyway, that's all for today. I hope you enjoyed my analysis, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now, dear viewer. There are current...
Good video, Llama. Hold on, let me go back and hit
It's
the like
during
button
the
on
final...
that. That was a good video. I felt like Llama, I mean, he gave a great assessment here across the board. To me, the lead up to an expansion is so important. When we look back, you would not have seen the success that Final Shape got without Into Light and Pantheon. You would not have gotten the success of Forsaken without Warmind and the Whisper Mission. There have been times in the past where Bungie has been in trouble and they've over-delivered, okay? And man, it has really paid off for them. Or at least we hope it paid off for them. You know, I read a comment yesterday and it really was just demoralizing. It essentially was talking about Into the Light and how Rite of the Nine just doesn't live up to the standard that Bungie established themselves last year. And you got to understand, the guys, the hype level last year with Into the Light Pantheon was off the charts. It was fantastic. We had competitions going on, had a little small tournament going on for Pantheon. You know, every week felt like it brought something new. Onslaught was just such a great activity to replay over and over again. We were testing builds constantly, and they were builds that we were just trying to see, like, would this work in Final Shape? The comment, though, that I came across yesterday that was so demoralizing is that someone essentially just said something along the lines of, yeah, Bungie over-delivered last year with Into the Light Pantheon and Final Shape, and yet there were still layoffs. That's a terrible. I mean, it's a fair assessment, but I gotta just imagine, like, if you do everything you can that for the community, it pops, and we love it, yet somehow, some way, there's still, you know, a number of layoffs that occur afterwards. Holy shit. You know, I mean, what you do? Gaming is competitive? Are you saying that the layoffs are justified? Is that what you're trying to tell me right now? Peter bought new cars. Yes, make good products. That's what we're trying to say, dick fuck. Into the Line of Pantheon, as well as Final Shape, was a superb product with fantastic numbers. And yet there were still layoffs. Jesus Christ. Look, imagine this. Imagine this. I don't know what the numbers are going to be for Edge of Fate. I hope it's good. I really do. I hope it's good. I hope people enjoy it. But if you were issuing layoffs after, think about this. Post Lightfall, we got layoffs. Post Final Shape, we got layoffs. All right, both of those, just on Steam alone, clocked in over 300,000 concurrent players for the month they release. Okay? Or the day one. Over 300,000. All right. That, by the way, that's just on Steam. If you equate this out to other platforms, I wouldn't be surprised if it clocked over 1 million. Okay, concurrent. All right. So then run that forward. Let's run this forward. Let's play an experiment. If Edge of Fate launches, imagine a world where it's less than half that. Imagine a world where that concurrent player number is less than half of what was put up from Lightfall and Final Shape. If you laid off 8, 9, 10% of your workforce post Lightfall, post Final Shape, holy fuck. I can't imagine what would actually be if it was truly a failure, or quote unquote failure, in terms of actual player counts. Because we haven't really had that. We've had increased concurrent viewership or increased concurrent players, expansion over expansion. There was a small drop back from Lightfall to Edge of Fate, or not Edge of Fate, Lightfall to Final Shape, but still really good numbers, over 300,000 concurrent on Steam. I think the layoffs have more to do with acquisition payouts than anything else. Had to meet the agreed to number, so it's likely would happen no matter what. Exactly, Puck. So if you're working in an environment where you are, look, and I hope this is not the case. If you say you're working at your job right now, and whether you fucking ball out and over deliver or you shit the bed, it doesn't matter. You're still going to get let go. Would you even give a shit? Would you even care? And I think the only thing you would probably do after that point is freshen up that old resume. Give the bare minimum. Chat, do y'all hear that in the background? Do y'all hear that in the background? Okay, we're back. We're back. Anyways, listen. For me, Into the Light, Pantheon, all that stuff was just way, way better. And I feel like even after Guardian Games this year, because we got that boss rush mode, I think that was a great idea that Llama brought up. Imagine that there was some sort of boss rush mode that was alongside this event. And then it also incorporated even other dungeon encounters. I think that would have been really, really cool. So, but I don't know, man. Maybe we'll just never have, you know, that same sequence of content rollout ever again. Perhaps what we experienced last year, the Into the Light, the Pantheon, the launch of Final Shape, dude, perhaps that was a one-off, a one and only. SRL would have been peak. Yeah. SRL would have been peak, yeah. SRL is overrated. Maybe we will in 2 more years. Everyone is virtue signaling over the layoffs without knowing the real story. The layoffs after the Final Shape were justifying the fact that they were getting rid of toxic employees. Most implants from Sweet Baby Inc. that were not good for the future of Destiny. Sony recognized this and made Bungie take action. Night Out. Give me 5 people right now that were the toxic people. Give me 5 people. I'll wait. If you can name 5 people that were these supposedly toxic people, Luke will lick your ass. Michael Salvatore. Yeah, that fucker was just so toxic. How dare he make great music for years. Joe. Yes, Joe. Super toxic. How dare he create some of the best raids inside of Destiny. Christopher Barrett was let go way before that. Do not equate the layoff of Christopher Barrett with the people who were let go post Final Shape. And not even people that were let go, people that just outright left. Many people made the Final Shape and bounced. Crunching my ears. I'm sorry. Truth or dare? Hold on. Give me 5 names. All right, I'm here. Biden needs to fix his hiring practices. They will only hire people in the U.S. or who will move to the U.S. Meanwhile, less than 3 hours north in the British Columbia, Canada, there are hundreds and hundreds of qualified game developers out of work because of the instability of the industry. Bungie could fill every role in a week if they open up their practice. Yeah, hold on. Where's my 5 names? Where's my 5 names? No proof of that claim. I'm sorry, guys. I'm eating my sardines. Can you give me a break? Give me like 2 minutes, man. I've got an obsession with sardines. It's just fire, dude. It's just fire. A little bit of olive oil. Straight out the can. Change your life, man. Mm-hmm. Careful, man. Those are salty. Yeah. Can we get a poll right now? I just want to see your thoughts. Which event was better? The Into the Light Pantheon event or the Rite of the Nine event? Mods, poll that shit. As I was saying, what's better, the Interstellar or Minecraft movie? Depends on who you're asking. You know what I mean? If you're asking just a bunch of kids, that probably Minecraft. And this is my way of gauging the player base because I don't want to feel like I'm disconnected from you guys. And if I'm sitting there saying that Into the Light was the banger instead of Rite of the Nine, but you guys are overwhelmingly choosing Rite of the Nine, I just want to know. I want to know if I'm in the wrong on this. I've got one more chip. Oh no, I got 2 more chips actually. I didn't even play Pantheon until I was better. Go brush some teeth? Hell no. I love sardine breath, man. I take it with me all day long. I keep it out as long as I can. I project as much as possible. And this is when I like to really get close to people. All right. A whopping 97% say that Into the Light was better. Okay. There you go. Oh, this shit is so good, man. This shit is so good. Guys, I'm telling you. You may think you don't need sardines in your life. But right out the can, man. Get them by the tail. If you got some crackers or even just straight. And the amount of protein that's in this shit. Fantastic. Cross, you got a hot sauce them up. Dude, I like them. Hot sauce is good, but I like them just straight. I'd rather eat broken glass. What's the brand? I think it's Oscar, right? Red wrapping. I actually would try a bunch of different brands, but I think Oscar's the one I mainly get. You ordered that Switch 2 yet? No. I'd rather eat Arby's. Be careful. Be careful. If you're in North Louisiana, do not eat at any of those Arby's restaurants. I remember one time I stopped in at an Arby's, and it was in North Louisiana.
Sorry for the delay, but John Dees, Lewick Moolmots, Sorben Meebles, and my Kutai were 5 laid-off devs that were toxic. Kappa.
Indian Buns, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits, man. Lol, dude. Anyways, I remember I bought this sandwich from Arby's, and I took a bite out of it, and I knew instantly the moment I bit into it. I took a bite out of it, and I go, oh, something's wrong. This is wrong. I'm in danger. But I slowly chewed it, and I was like, no, Cross, you're a man. You're supposed to be able to eat anything and everything. So I swallowed it. And then I was like, maybe it was just that bite. Perhaps it was just that bite. And I took a second bite. And that bite was worse than the first bite. I made it not even 30 minutes before I had to stop at a gas station. And brother, it was one of those, you know, double eject cleanses. You know what I mean? The kind where it's just, your body's just trying to rid it in whatever way possible. So let me just say this. And look, I like Louisiana, I really do. But since leaving Louisiana back in 2020, 2021, I have not, knock on wood, I have not been food poisoned. Whereas in Louisiana, I got food poisoned once a year. I got food poisoning at least once a year. One of those double eject cleansers. Defo with the 36 months. Thank you.
And Copain, let's go, Aztec.
It was rough, man. I live in Florida now. I guess people a little cleaner, perhaps. What a fucking text-to speech right there. Strippers and cocaine. Sir Mayhem with the 21 months. Thank you so much. All right. That's it. That's all we're going to say on the topic. We shall move on. Dude, is this thing still stuck at 720p? OBS, why you fuck me? Why you fuck me right now? Thank you, Skater. Is it OBS or is it Twitch? I'm out. Okay, so some of you guys are at 1080p. Okay, that's weird. I don't know. All right, chat. We're going to look at this video right here. Look, I'm getting super hyped for Borderlands. And everything I am hearing right now is screaming to us that this is going to be a game we're going to lose our life to. Potentially. Potentially. Now, let me just say, coming off the last Borderlands, it better be bringing it, man. Where's the thing? Look! Look, we got too many damn channels. I can't keep up with this shit. Okay, I found it. Yeah, I see it now. All right, guys, we have a video here from Moxie. I played Borderlands 4, first impressions, and everything you need to know. All right, baby, let's check it out.
Yo, guys, what is up? Moxie here with a Borderlands 4 video. and today I finally get to share with y'all my first impressions and kind of an overview of my time playing Borderlands 4. Now, I was flown out by 2K. They paid for my hotel and my travel to come and play Borderlands 4. This video is sponsored by them. However, they're not requiring me to say anything about the game. They just want me to say my honest first impressions, and that's what I'm going to be doing with y'all. So I hope you guys enjoy the breakdown. Let's get right into it. So let's start with what I got to play, and then we'll get into some more of the specifics. So the day started with a presentation where they caught everyone up to speed about what they're doing differently with Borderlands 4 and some of the key standout features. Now, most of these I knew or had covered in a previous video, but there were some...
His ass is biased. Next, dude, Moxie does a fantastic job. I've watched a lot of his breakdowns and reviews, and so he's extremely objective. Think what you want to think, though. But I really do like his takes on a lot of things.
Things that were pretty interesting that they shared with us. The first is that the cast of characters in this game is mainly new characters. There are some returning faces, but they're really going to be building up new relationships and stories in this game. Next, they said that you can see the timekeeper in his tower for like most of the game. He's going to be this constant like threat and presence watching your like every move. They also said that the humor in this game is going to be much darker and drier. They pointed out the shortcomings of Borderlands 3's humor and that it didn't land for many people, and they wanted to like really change up the humor style for this game. They also said that this is going to be the most detailed game yet. An example of that is there are 4 times the amount of polygons in weapons compared to Borderlands 3, which is pretty insane. And then after the presentation, those were some of the biggest notes, we got into our play sessions. These gameplay sessions lasted an hour and a half, so not very long at all. But they set us out on a level 5 character. At this session, we were able to play Vex or Rafa. I spent most of my time on Rafa because he was the character that I knew the least about at the time. And we kind of got to go explore the open world of the like first biome of the game, do some story quests, do some open world quests, kind of explore. It was pretty much up to us what we wanted to focus on. But once again, we were only level 5 for that. So, you know, pretty limited skill tree build options type deal. And then after that 90-minute session, they gave us 45 minutes to go play a vault mission. I don't know what vault mission this was, if there's like an order to them, but we were level 20. They gave us a set skill tree with set gear, and we were able to go do that vault and then play it on both Vex and Rafa and play it as many times as we want in that like 45 minutes. And I also got to interview Graham Timmons, who's the creative director of the game after all of that. And then we head out for the afternoon. Now, I'm going to be making a lot of videos about my time playing this. This is going to be more kind of overview first impressions, but I'm going to have separate videos that just deep dive into all of the tiny little details of the skill tree. I'm going to have a video dedicated specifically to my interview with Graham Timmons, where I asked a lot of my most burning questions, and so much more. So just note that this is the very start of my content that's going to be focused on Borderlands 4 of the time I actually got to play here, and this is going to be kind of the most like overview-like. So my first like 10 to 15 minutes that I spent were basically just looking at Rafa's skill tree. Now Rafa's Vault Hunter trait, these are like, kind of like new to Borderlands 4. Basically they're like an inherent passive that the different characters get. For example, Vex, whatever weapon she's holding, her action skills will deal that elemental damage of that weapon. And Rafa's trait is called Overdrive. Whenever Rafa activates an action skill, he enters Overdrive, and then while his action skill is active, Overdrive's duration does not decrease. So basically, as long as your action skill is up, you have Overdrive, and then when your action skill ends, you get to keep Overdrive for like 12 seconds. And this gives you a damage increase and a 25% movement speed increase. So Rafa's action skill, while he's up, he is very fast. And such a fast movement speed buff from literally like level 2 is pretty powerful. Rafa's first action skill is called Arc Knives. This is the one that Gearbox started us out on, and this basically puts you into a like melee stance, and you swing your blades around that deal melee damage, and they mark enemies, and enemies that are marked take increased damage. Then kind of zeros like death mark basically is what you're going to be doing with your melee damage. And then while you're in the Arc Knives mode, you actually have different kind of attacks. So your right trigger on controller or your like main click just does your melee attack. your left trigger does a dash that did a ton of damage. And this is also considered melee damage. Like, it wasn't action skill damage, it was melee damage, which, you know, obviously has some pretty interesting implications for builds. And then your left bumper was unleashing your Blade Fury, which does shock damage to all marked targets and ends the skill. So this is something that you would click after, or like right when your action skill was about to end. So kind of the flow of it is you dash to enemies, melee, 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 dash through them.
Half this chat wasn't even born when Borderlands 1 came out. Holy 5 IQ comments. What, did you guys not like this?
Because the dash did a ton of damage, it was on a short cooldown. You would dash around, and then once you had hit everything, if there were some enemies that you hadn't killed yet, you would hit your LB to detonate basically all of the enemies around you. Now, this had a base duration of 32 seconds, so you're up for a long time. With 48-second cooldown, you could mark enemies, 4 enemies.
Fuck Randy. Did you see that Randy said that they dropped the price? Hold on, where's Randy's comment? This shit's hilarious. Oh, man. Randy commented this. Hold on. Hold on, where's it at? Jesus, Randy. How much shit are you tweeting? I fucking can't keep up. I don't even know where it is. It was about the $69. I don't know. Never mind. I've lost it. Maybe I'll pass it.
At a time, basically, or you could only have 4 enemies marked, and then you would get +6 damage per
Liv, what's
mark.
happening?
So I think this was something that was like stacking. Basically, if you're hitting an enemy multiple times, you could stack marks on them to get more damage on them. And then, you know, there was a bunch of augments for this. But just as like a base, one thing I wanted to point out is these action skills have a lot going on for them before you even get into the augments, right? Like, this is already a lot of things going on for a single action skill. And that was a theme that I noticed throughout, is all of the action skills have a lot of different layers to them. And that is before you can massively change them with your augments. Rafa's next action skill was Apophis Lance. This is the one that I spent the least amount of time with just because I tried it and it didn't feel that great to me, to be honest with you. But basically, this allows you to equip an offhand arm cannon that while you have this arm cannon, you get less gun handling, but it allows you to fire a shock ordnance blast. Ordnance is this new like label of damage that's like grenade launchers and stuff. And any unused charges.
Dude, the melee looks terrible. I also don't know how underleveled he is. You know what I'm saying? So he could have been substantially under level. So I'm not sure.
When Apophis Lance ends are converted to cool.
Oh, he says level 5? Yeah, that thing, that guy was like a level 11. Joe's saying it's harder than previous games.
Down, and then you'd press the button to basically fire out and consume a charge, or hold it for extra like projectile size and projectile speed at the cost of more charges. And you would kind of like shoot this basically like lobbed shock kind of grenade explosion. And this one was not something that I messed around with too much, basically because when I only had a limited amount of time to use it. When I was using it, I would basically like hold it down, shoot it, and then it was gone. And like if you missed, and then you had to wait, an 18-second cooldown. So this one I didn't love, but it was also the one that like I didn't really get to mess around with that much. But this kind of leans in to Rafa's whole tree that I saw a big focus on, which was ordnance damage. Rafa is a character, this is something we've been wondering, is they've moved grenades and rocket launchers into this new category of ordnance where they're not going to be like competing with like gun slots basically. And ordnance is so much more than just your grenade slot and your rocket launcher slot, you know what I mean? It's this kind of whole new archetype that you can build around where like Rafa can use his action skill that just does ordnance damage. And then you could kind of get a build around this lance, but you could also build around your grenades and your rocket launchers, which did feel really impactful when you did pull them out. I actually really like what they're doing with ordnance, but that was kind of his lance skill. And Rafa's last action skill, and my personal favorite, were these Peacebreaker cannons. These are kind of a bit like Zane's shoulder-mounted cannon, but if Zane's shoulder-mounted cannon auto-fired for you at any enemy that you're aiming at. These things fire at base kinetic damage.
At least Gearbox didn't try to make an extraction shooter. No, Cloud, they're saying it's harder. You can make the game as hard as you want. They made a game their fans want. Yeah, that's kind of how I look at it too. You know what I mean? But I knew it was coming. Don't give Gearbox any ideas.
Damage and anything that you place your crosshair at.
So Moxie's coming from like a standpoint of like, I'm gonna be honest, guys. Like I'm like so out of Borderlands. Like when we did the Butterfinger thing here recently with who did we do with Data? Dude, I was just completely out of like what Borderlands like. I can't even make a fair comparison between Borderlands and previous Borderland games. Let me take a look at like IGN's video. I'm wondering if like IGN could like dumb it down for me real quick.
Action-packed gunplay and innumerable with
Is this Travis?
Action-packed gunplay and innumerable quantity of badass guns to loot and some of the most crass humor in gaming, the Borderlands games have held a special place in my heart since way back in 2009. But it's also a series that practically invented the looter-shooter genre, then saw itself fall behind the curve as a renaissance of RPG-infused multiplayer shooters dominated the space. With Borderlands 4, the team at Gearbox seems eager to take some big swings in hope of reclaiming the throne of firearms and shell casings they themselves built. And whether it's the greatly improved shooting mechanics, an interesting revamp to RPG mechanics, an entirely fresh setting, a slew of new characters, or a more grounded tone in its story, the handful of hours I played left me fairly confident that I will find myself pulled back into this wonderfully weird world of psychopaths and extremely irritating robots.
Okay.
There's a whole heck of a lot of novel things Borderlands 4 tries, but the first thing that immediately jumped out at me was the focus on movement. I counted no fewer than 5 additional ways to keep your Vault Hunter in motion while hunting for treasure and blasting wild animals, including double jumping, gliding through the air, dashing from side to side, pulling yourself around with a grappling hook, and even swimming, which is especially great because dying every time one of my toes got wet was pretty annoying in the previous games. Each of these traversal options added an interesting dimension to navigating arenas while sniping mercenaries and lobbing explosives in the faces of the local fauna, and also went a long way to speeding up how quickly I could close distance between me and the baddies in my path. That was a welcome change, because I'd always found myself pretty frustrated by how slowly I move in old Borderlands entries.
Here come the fireworks!
If there's anything worrisome about all these extra ways to get around, it's that there are so many of them I often forgot to use them. Being able to double jump, glide, and grapple hook across a room all in the same motion honestly feels like too much power, at least in the hands of a rookie like me who only had a few hours to familiarize myself with it all.
Dude, does Borderlands have a speedrunning community? IGN paid actors? Yami, we don't talk shit about Travis here. This is Travis with IGN, who
Cross, do you plan on
does a
playing Outer
fantastic
Worlds
job.
2? Love the content, BTW.
This is also the same guy that gave Lightfall a 5 out of 10, and you fuckers literally flamed the shit out of him. Y'all remember that? Travis was the first one to come forward and literally say Lightfall is ass. And for like, I don't know, 24 hours, everybody was just like, yeah, you don't know what the fuck. Travis, you suck dick. And then, right after that, you know who came forward and said, you know what? Lightfall is, in fact, kind of ass. Well, it was Bife. Bife said it. And then all of you were like, oh, well, yeah, Lightfall has not really hit that good. It's not that good. Bife, you're right. Fuck you, Travis.
By the end of the demo, though, I felt a lot better about my ability to keep myself in motion while bringing my arsenal to bear upon swarms of monsters, but it definitely feels like it'll take some getting used to. Of course, it wouldn't be a Borderlands game without the promise of a bottomless cache of weapons to discover, each designed to inject a little anarchy into combat. While I only got a small sampling of what's in store, there honestly weren't a ton of things I wasn't expecting, even with the additional weapon manufacturers introducing some new stuff. One of the new gun makers, Ripper, seemed to have a lot in common with the COV weapons from Borderlands 3, as they need to spin up before they can be fired, but then pile on a heaping helping of lead into enemies. While Daedalus reminded me a lot of the doll weapons that offer multiple ammo types to switch between. The only distinct new type I got to try out was called the Order, which have an alternate firing mode, like a pistol I found that could create gravity wells instead of shooting.
Oh, okay, gravity well, okay. Realizes mag, weapon charges before firing, full auto mode, overriding the default manufacturer's charge optionality. All right.
Normal bullets. Most of what I played was from pretty early in the campaign, and I only found a single legendary weapon during my travels, so it's fairly likely there are more surprises I haven't seen, but at least on the surface, I wasn't too shocked with what I found in that regard.
Make room for the boom!
What seems significantly more distinct are the new build crafting options,
Origin traits,
including a healing item called a rep kit that can be used in addition to the usual pickups you find in chests and pick off the sorry corpses of your slain foes. These add an interesting dimension to defining your build, as you could just play it safe and equip the item that offers the most healing with the shortest cooldown, but bolder Vault Hunters might instead favor one that intentionally offers lesser healing benefits to instead grant some other effect every time the item is used. For example, I found one that caused a large explosion of cryo to explode around me whenever I used it, versus another that restored significantly more health and could be used twice before it needed to be cooled down. Depending on how risky you want to play it or the specific strategy behind your build, I could see this opening up a lot of doors for clever min-maxers to do some pretty fun stuff. Each Borderlands has a different roster of Vault Hunters to play, and this entry is no different. I got the chance to try out Vex, the magical siren whose main focus, at least with my setup, was in summoning NPC companions to help me fight off mobs. And Rafa, a soldier who had a bunch of high-tech gadgets to unload onto anyone stupid enough to get in his way, including some melee blades that made short work of anyone within arm's reach, or some shoulder-mounted cannons that automatically helped me lather folks in lead. It's always hard to tell just how awesome each of these bona fide badasses is going to be after just a few hours, but I was already very much heartened by the number of interesting options to pick from, and I already felt myself transforming into an armed-to-the-teeth instrument of death, even as low-leveled as I was. Also, some of the perks I saw on those trees looked downright spicy, like the ability to disconnect Rafa's shoulder-mounted turrets to convert them into a stationary battle station. So consider me pretty hyped to try out a late-game build. Another interesting change coming with Borderlands 4 is the new, clearly darker setting and story. Taking place on a new world called Kairos, the world has been dominated by an oppressive, immortal being known as the Timekeeper, who controls the population using cybernetic implants. But naturally, the actions of the Vault Keepers in recent Borderlands entries, which I won't spoil here, has ruined the perfect, unjust order on Kairos, throwing the place into chaos and opening the door for you and your friends to shoot everything in the face and score some sweet loot. The change in tone is pretty clear, and even though you've still got the usual cheeky characters, sexual innuendos, and over-the-top gore, there's also quite a bit of darkness and the beginnings of what seems to be a significantly more grounded story in play, which will...
Let me just say this, and I've played the Borderlands games before. It's my understanding Borderlands 2 is the best, right? Borderlands 3 was the reason why I even played the other Borderlands games, was so that I could be prepared for Borderlands 3. What would we say about Borderlands 3 and its comedy? It was like, what would we, like, disregard like the gameplay loop and anything else like that. Cheesy, almost like TikTok kind of you know what I mean? Like just not really organic, you know what I mean? A force, there you go. For kids in a way, right. It didn't feel like it, because I mean, all of us are getting older. It didn't seem like the game, like Borderlands 3, seemed like they were maybe trying to go for maybe the younger generation or something, you know what I mean? Force not humorous. Humorous, corny, and cringe. Yeah. Well, that's good to hear about Borderlands 4 because, like, yeah, man, I think a darker tone would be nice. And you could still have comedy in that as well. But darker tone is, I'm all for it, man.
Hopefully wash away some of the shallowness found in Borderlands 3, specifically where the antagonists are concerned.
We'll see who's laughing when I unleash my secret weapon.
It's also worth noting the intentional shift away from Pandora to...
Was that fucking Callus?
It's also worth noting specifically where the antagonists are concerned.
We'll see who's laughing when I unleash my secret weapon.
It's also worth noting the intentional shift away from Pandora to focus on this new world. This combined with the fact that a lot of the cast is entirely new, at least in the sections I played, makes things feel a bit like a soft reboot that gives a fresh start to tell new stories compared to prior games that have mostly leaned pretty heavily on the locations and characters established in their predecessors. I'm all for this shift, honestly, because although Borderlands was my addiction for years, it's also pretty clearly been on its back foot as a series, as the looter-shooter space has both evolved and become more crowded, especially where its ongoing live service peers are concerned. To be clear, I don't want to see Borderlands chase the games as a service model and fundamentally change what it is, but it's nice to see that Gearbox seems willing to take some sizable risks in pursuit of evolving the series, because I genuinely think it needs to do so if it wants to keep the attention of longtime fans like myself. That's not to say there isn't a ton of good, old-fashioned goodness inside Borderlands 4. Quite the opposite. I still spent
fucking No Land Beyond right there. Look at that.
Inside Borderlands 4. Quite the opposite. I still spent ludicrous amounts of time dabbing on loads of enemies who shouted expletives at me after running out of darkened spawn points, watched colorful loot explode out of enemies like fireworks, and ran dog-like enemies over with my vehicle, which is now very awesomely available to be summoned anywhere on the map rather than having to be picked up at a designated spawn point.
Good.
Thank God. There are also perilous vaults to be raided and massive badass bosses to take down in the name of loot, XP, and bragging rights, which I unfortunately can't show you today because of some unfortunate restrictions on what I'm allowed to showcase at this time. But I can say that the one boss I fought a number of times is perhaps the most mechanics-heavy and interesting enemy I've encountered in Borderlands. And if it's at all representative of the level of quality we can expect from Borderlands 4, then we're in for quite a treat. After several hours dipping my toes into what is sure to be a massive looter shooter, I'm much more optimistic about Borderlands 4's odds of recapturing my affections after years apart. Stay tuned in the coming days when I'm allowed to show off some later game footage and a boss fight that I took down a number of times in an effort to grind out some unique weapons. Old habits die hard, I guess. What questions do you have about Borderlands 4? We'll do a follow-up video soon based on the questions you leave in the comments below. And for more on the biggest upcoming games, check out our recent previews of The Outer Worlds 2 or Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. And for everything else, keep hunting for vaults with IGN.
All right. Good video, Travis. Thank you so much. Artistically, hold on. Let's just talk about, like, you guys watching gameplay of this. What are some of the distinct differences in the look of the game between this and the third one? Other than it looking, you know, a little more next gen. Dueling Your Friends for Loot was goated. HUD, that's it. All the same. A little more polished. They look the same. UI is cleaner. I don't know. This just looks better to me. I can't put my finger on what's different between 3 and 4. Maybe it is just because it's a newer game. You know what I mean? But this just looks better. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It just looks better to me. It could literally just be a UI thing, maybe. You know, and then of course it just being a newer game, but I don't know. I feel like it's still got its same like cartoony like its aesthetic, but it doesn't seem as maybe they dialed back the cartooniness, if that makes like the animation look more. Feels more alive than 3. Did I play Tiny Tina's Wonderland? I did not. No, I did not play it. Yeah. Just crisper. The art style is easier. Is a series definer. You can't change it too much. It's not associated. Yeah. So some of you guys are saying that this one is more open world. Or some of you even say like it's true open world. Like what? Talk me through that, because is it not just like, or when you say true open world, is it not just a really big zone? Moxie goes over the size. There's no loading. World does seem more open. More loot. They said it's more open world, not true open world. Yeah. Like when y'all say like true open world, I feel like you can start from one end of the map, work your way to the other end, and hit all the content with that scope. So I'm like, that's like for like open sandbox games and whatnot. All previous Borderlands had areas with loading screens in between. Borderlands 4 will have none of that. Gotcha. Loads the entire map. The map is typically huge, but it's not the whole game. You have to load into each section. Okay. So look, I played through Borderlands 3. I wasn't necessarily blown away with the story. I got, pretty good loot. Let me just ask you guys, for my dedicated Borderlands players in here, like, so what is the flex in Borderlands? What is the thing that's like, hey, is it like, you acquire really, really good gear, and then you use that gear to take on like the hardest content, and then you're able to pump up that because essentially what it is like, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like you put modifiers, you scale things up, and it's like I can tackle the toughest of the toughest, right? Power flex, the legendaries. You can one-shot bosses, loot and boss kills, perfect loot. Okay. The flex is how fast you can farm bosses. Okay, so one-shotting bosses, that's kind of its flex there. Like Diablo, but in first person. Yeah. Is this Borderlands going to have like what is going to be the most coveted loot, or has that just not been disclosed yet? Like, what is going to be the most coveted loot in this Borderlands game? Like if, for instance, you see someone with that loot, it's like, oh shit. That guy fucks. Hopefully pearls. We don't know yet. We won't know yet. Pearls. Okay, what are pearlescent? Okay. Pretty sure legendary is confirmed, but pearls come down the line. What is pearls, guys? Talk to me like I know nothing about Borderlands. Can I be honest? I played Borderlands. We played the entire campaign. I don't know. My brain has lost it. It's gone. It's fucking gone. You know what I'm coming from? It's the best tier. It's like black rarity in Destiny. If we would have got black rarity. Gotcha. Okay. So if you see someone, pearlescent was a higher rarity than legendary, higher rarity than exotic. Can you get a full pro set? Like, could you be completely dripped out head to toe and all pro shit? You can. Okay, so that's what you would say is like the ultimate flex, right? You see somebody with that, you're like, bruh, this guy's done it. With enough time. 0.1% drop rates for real? Jesus Christ, really? Damn. The grind is crazy. You need to play Borderlands 1 and 2. I've played Borderlands 1 and 2, guys. I'm telling you, my brain is just forgot. I will say I put way more time in 3. I did put more time in 3. I didn't play these games when they came out. I wish I did. Because I feel like I would have been able to make good comparisons for like Destiny, you know, because there's a lot of comparisons between Destiny and Borderlands. But 3 was the one that I actually spent the most time in. And I just cannot remember hardly anything I did in 3. Go back and play Borderlands 2. This was in the 2010s. Borderlands 2 was peak. So is there like a monster hunter in this version of Borderlands or something like this? You're like fighting these damn big ass dinosaurs with a wild horn. Borderlands 2 is the standard. Just the boss. These bosses, okay. There's always been monsters. Gotcha. And just animals. Okay. I didn't know if there's like something thematic because this is supposed to be a new location, right? I didn't know if there's something thematic with the, you know, I mean, it straight up looks like a dinosaur. Might be some real boss. There are raids and lairs. Borderlands 2 is by far the best. 3 drop the ball hard. Normally it's in-game as fighting harder bosses or replaying a harder mode or challenging and better loot. Repeatable bosses are just new game plus. It's not Pandora's a new one. Right. All right, so let me just sit here and talk to you guys here. What is it that you're most excited for with this next Borderlands game? Like what is the standout thing that you want to see this next Borderlands that you wanted to accomplish? Crazy gunplay, story and guns, a better story, builds, so many capstone skills, the insane new skill trees. Mobility looks cool. Yeah, I do like the mobility. Yeah. In-game, please, in-game. Yeah. Okay. Story and writing needs to hit. Crazy rare drops. Okay. All right, so we're going to be at Gearbox this weekend. And we'll have an opportunity to speak with some of the developers. Obviously, like, I'm very much a noob at this game, so I don't, you know what I mean? But I just wanted to kind of collect y'all's thoughts on, like, what it is. Like, if I was to come to them and be like, hey, this is like the top of the list things that, like, my community want to see in this Borderlands games. You know, story, in-game, build diversity, obviously solid gunplay. I will cover guns and game stories, abilities. Borderlands 3 gave too many legendaries. Dude, I didn't want to say it because I don't know what exactly like the loot quantity or drop rate is supposed to be. I will say that whenever I play Borderlands 3, brother, I felt like I had so much shit. I felt like, and like legendaries were dropped for me left and right. I didn't know if that was like the way it was supposed to be. Again, I played more 3 way more than I played the other Borderlands games. It was really my first true experience in Borderlands. It was awful. Enemies dropping way too much worthless gold loot. Yeah. They're cutting back on legendaries heavy in Borderlands 4. They know they fucked up with Borderlands 3 with the drops. Okay. Okay. All right. These are the things I'm going to be bringing, guys. The conversation I'll be having, and we'll be streaming from their studio this weekend too. So we'll be also playing this. So if you want to see some extremely newbie gameplay, you can come check it out. So Insulin with the 22 months, thank you. Mother Falcon with the 6, thank you. TWAB should be on the next hour, guys. Yep. Rating the different vaults, especially since that's where most legendaries will come from. Someone called Pete. All right. We're watching the Sony stream on YouTube. There's a Sony stream. Didn't Sony just have a stream? Look at the gore. TWAB should be out 2 o'clock. For the 24th. Is Cross watching the Edge of Fate Sony YouTube stream? Bro, am I being baited right now? What the fuck are y'all talking about? There's a stream from Bungie which will be next Tuesday. What are you referring to? Mods, confirm this shit. It's 5 days away. Yeah, we'll be playing it. So there is a game that is coming out tomorrow. Or I say coming out tomorrow. It's coming out on beta tomorrow. Actually, by the time this is cut up, it's probably already out. But it is a game that I am interested in, Chrono Odyssey. I'm being told it's New World, but better. Sexier. And just better. I don't know. I'm just being told it's better. This video I want to watch here right now from Canon. After 70 hours, my full honest review, Chrono Odyssey.
Today I get to finally share my full review on Chrono Odyssey. No sugarcoating, just an honest, direct review of the game. We're going to be covering everything the game has to offer, including my personal thoughts and opinions, of course. But before we begin, real quick, be sure to follow me on Twitch. I'm streaming almost every single day. If I get keys for the beta test, I will be giving them out via Twitch, so definitely come stop by. Now, before we begin, this review, as well as every other review that's being published this week, will be based off of an older beta build. This build is a very similar build to what we tested back in February and will be pretty much the same build you guys get to test on the 20th of this month. I know for a fact that there are some significant things based on our feedback that have already changed but will not be seen. Fortunately, however, not allowed to say what those changes are. So despite finally being able to reveal almost everything, there are still some things that I can't talk about. This review is going to be strictly based off of the build we will be seeing this month. Some of my criticisms in this very video have already been addressed. I want to be very upfront here. In this video, I'm going to be very honest, calling out the good and the bad as directly as I can. I want everyone to know that this is a game that I'm super excited about and I see a lot of potential in. We'll be going over my honest thoughts at the end of the video here, but I genuinely want to see this game succeed, and I think there's a real chance it could. But the only way it gets there is if we give real feedback, which includes calling out the issues. Not just in this video, but generally speaking. Now, with that out the way, some context. Kakao invited a select number of content creators to check out, review their game, and share their honest thoughts. We had just over 2 days to play this time around, and I believe I had around 30 hours this testing phase according to Steam, with another nearly 40 hours or so in the previous test, giving me roughly around 70-ish hours of total playtime now. This build allowed us to experience the first 15 to 25 levels worth of content, so just the early game. Let's begin with what Chrono Odyssey is. Chrono is an action combat dark fantasy open world MMORPG that leans towards a sandbox. We'll be talking about the content that's in Chrono in more detail later in the video. This is an MMO with a more PvE focus, but will include non-forced PvP as well. One of the biggest distinguishing factors for Chrono is that it has a more Souls-like feel to it, to the point where trailers make it seem more like a single-player action RPG rather than an MMO. But make no mistake, this is a full-fledged MMO. It really is the closest thing to what a Souls-like game would be if it were an.
Looked a little choppy. So choppy. Yeah. I was noticed that too. Some of the boss fights look really choppy. I don't know if this is just an older build, as he just disclosed.
MMO. And you really see this and feel this when it comes to the combat of movement. By the way, when it comes to that movement, I personally feel like the inertia is a bit high, and I see it feeling quote unquote heavy for a lot of people, especially when jumping. Forward momentum is pretty annoying to deal with. Other than this, in a general sense, I feel like they did a pretty good job delivering us an actual Souls-like MMO that's an MMO.
You mean like
first.
Remnant vibes?
Now, with all that general stuff out the way, let's get into more of the details, starting with the graphics and the look of the game. The first thing that stood out for everyone was obviously the graphics. Run on Unreal Engine 5, Chrono delivers very impressive graphical fidelity. There are just some really impressive scenes and looks, but as amazing as the character models and world look, there are some clear deficiencies in this department in the live game. For example, the lighting needs to be worked on. When the sun is out, the zones look amazing, but then look significantly worse during certain weather patterns or times of the day. There are also some areas that are just way too dark or way too saturated with smog or lights. Character faces as well. They look pretty good at certain times of the day.
Damn, what? All right.
Angles, but at other times they look completely different in a bad way to what you created in the character creation. You can see an example here.
Holy
the
good.
character looks completely different in the character sheet compared to the actual in-game. While we're on the subject of character looks, I also feel the customization when it comes to the characters actually lacks quite a bit. At first glance, the models look great and there seems to be a ton of options for adjustments, but it just never really felt like we were able to make exactly what we wanted to. What I'm saying is that in some games, you can literally recreate a celebrity, for example. In Chrono, it's not really possible to do that. Now, with that said, you are able to make some crazy abominations. Expect to see characters like...
Dude, look at the fucking lats on that guy. Hold up.
Do that. Now, with that said, you are able to make some crazy abominations. Expect to see characters like this in your game for sure. I also want to mention that there is no gender lock, nor do certain classes lock you into a certain type of class-themed look. I think this is probably the best part about the character customization. Actually, no, I take that back. The best part is definitely the sliders, the body sliders. These body sliders, yeah, definitely the biggest W. Let's talk about the structure of the game. When you begin,
it's not that we need it, okay? It's not that any of us will even max out the sliders. Who knows? Maybe we will, maybe we won't. It's just the fact that you give us the option. That's it. You give us the freedom to potentially choose it.
Begin, the game will lead you on a series of quests that guide you to your first Chrono Gate, which is your solo Souls-like boss fight at around level 4. This process only takes around 10 to 20 minutes tops, and most people will probably not be able to actually beat the boss unless you're using crossbow. Yes, it's actually quite challenging. Really good first boss encounter. This fight, by the way, really hooked me on the game because not only are you immediately put to the test, but you're also being exposed to a more meaningful combat experience early on, rather than just mindlessly spamming buttons on easy mobs. Despite barely having skills at this point, it still felt really fun. Whether or not you clear this Chrono Gate from this moment on, your progression is up to you. There is no MSQ other than to go to the next Chrono Gate and kill that boss. You'll have 3 more, by the way, a total of 4 in the beta test. It's up to you if you want to take on these bosses with no gear at low level, or if you want to gear up and then come back to it. After beating or leaving the first Chrono Gate, you'll now focus on leveling up your weapon masteries and gearing up to get stronger. This can be done in a multitude of ways, and the game encourages you to choose the content or progression path that's more fun for you. There is no one single way to do this, so let's go over your options. You have your side quests throughout different areas that will give you experience and rewards, such as gear and gold. You have dynamic subjugation zone quests that pop up in certain areas that also do the same. You have bounties, which are one-time PvE kill hunt quests that will have you hunt down a special named mob. These reward you with big experience along with a bounty currency you can use to purchase limited items and gear. You can also choose to life skill, go out in the world, gather materials directly, then craft everything. Gathering, by the way, also grants you experience. You can even just run straight to the NPC that gives you a quest to get your mount if you want that out the game. There is a big emphasis on freedom and exploration in Chrono Odyssey, and what you'll learn at this stage is that no matter where you go or what you do, you're going to run into something you can do or is worth doing. For example, after the Chrono Gate, I went to get my mount. On my way, I ran into a ton of materials that I could harvest to craft my next set of gear when I got back to town. I cleared some dynamic zone quests along the way, giving me some extra experience and loot. Discovered some field boss locations.
Dude, some of the gameplay reminds me, what is the game? Dragon's Dogma. Dude, something like that, especially like the dual blade and stuff. They remind you of Dragon's Dogma. This is an outdated beta version in the video chat. Oh, yeah. So some of that, what it was saying is like some of the things that are janky is hopefully be corrected. The beta's tomorrow, by the way. By the time this cut goes live, it's probably already going to be out. Hold on one second. I personally absolutely love New World. It has such an amazing tone and vibe. Yeah, I did. I don't know what it is about MMORPGs, guys. They just fondle the balls just right. Unfortunately for me, I just haven't found one that I'm like willing to give my life to. You know what I mean? Like New World, kind of. We got to end game. We did everything that could possibly be done. But then after that, it was pretty much just like, all right, what do? We just wage war. I mean, that was fun for a day. I mean, it's actually fun for a couple weeks. But the point is like they were just so laggy. ESO is my ball fondler.
And solo dungeon locations along the way, all of this giving me meaningful progression and on the way to my main objective that I chose for myself. In this case, getting them out. This was hands down the biggest draw for me personally in Chrono Odyssey, and is the reason why I believe that this game has one of the best canvases for an MMO I've seen in recent years. Whether you're solo or in a party, expect to actually go on an adventure when you leave town. There are a lot of random things in the world you'll come across, making every zone worth having a look, or even a second look. It may be a zone you discover having an abundance of specific tier 2 resources, or a zone that can spawn a hidden boss. Here we discovered when you killed 3 or 4, can't remember exactly, specific mobs, it spawns a hidden elite boss. Things could certainly be different at the end game. When I asked the producer directly about whether or not this freedom would remain at the end game, he did confirm that this is what is intended, rather than the being another daily homework game. What PvE and PvP content can we expect with Chrono? When it comes to PvE, expect anywhere from 3-player dungeons to 5-player dungeons, all the way to 10-player raids. These dungeons will reward you with the usual loot and experience. The only group dungeons we've been able to do are the 3-man dungeons, which felt pretty decent for the first introductory group dungeon. Loot wasn't bad, wasn't crazy. Unfortunately, in the most recent test, the second half of the dungeon, including the final boss, was locked out. I did get to experience the dungeon in full in the previous test, but can't comment on it considering this version is the only one we can talk about right now.
So is the weapon system similar to like New World? Notice he's got two weapons there that you can tab back and forth. Of course, the crossbow and I guess sword. So we have the ability to have 2 weapons, and then you could spec out the skill trees for either. Yes, I like that. I'm actually a big fan of that. Because I mean, like, especially if the skill trees. I mean, hopefully the skill trees are like extremely dense. But if they, if there is like, limitations on that, having the ability to just pair weapons together, and I'm assuming there's no locks on that either. Like, I'm assuming there's not like you can only do crossbow and sword instead of like crossbow and fucking hammer. It's not like New World class. Each class only has 3 choices. Oh, no shit. All right. Look, I'm going to say this. If that's the case, it's got to have super dense skill trees. Yeah, if you can only use just the 3, it's got to be dense. My opinion. That's my opinion. If you're not going to have the freedom to swap between all the characters, which is fine. If that's like how the game is supposed to play. Okay, but it's got to. I feel like the tree's got to be super dense, like a Path of Exile skill tree. Okay.
Now, there's also other solo or smaller instance content, such as Trials, which is a big gauntlet-like solo dungeon where you'll go through multiple rooms to ultimately fight the final boss.
Oh, good.
I should add that there is a currency attached to the Trials, specifically allowing you to purchase additional goods as rewards. These goods ranging from permanent stat potions to gear itself. I should mention, though, these Trials are limited, seeing as you need keys to enter. And if you die at any point, you exit the dungeon and miss out on whatever else was ahead of you. I know I mentioned that I wasn't going to bring up what specific things have been changed or addressed in the latest build, but the Trials is one of them. You can see a pretty clear difference in the newer updated version in the official videos Chrono put out compared to what we have and what we will experience in our beta. Next, you have time portals that are little quick, easy instance dungeons that I wouldn't really call a real dungeon. Soloable, by the way. To enter these, you'll also need a specific key, which generally drops from bosses or elites throughout the world. These provide you with unique loot, like gems you can socket into your gear, which upgrades your skill levels. Don't expect a stellar experience when it comes to the time portals, at least early stages of the game, because they're pretty brain dead. A going through the motions like instance.
Yeah.
You'll also have solo dungeons that are labeled as labels,
a lot of solo content,
which is usually a mini game puzzle-like instance with a boss at the end. These are absolutely worth doing, considering you get permanent stat upgrades or points on top of the experience. These solo dungeons, in my opinion, are pretty lackluster when it comes to the overall experience. If I'm going to be honest, they feel a bit bland. They feel jank, especially with the current inertia with the player movements. Also, some of the mechanics with the arrows shooting from the statues are just kind of dumb. Literally can't even dodge them. Right now, these solo labyrinth dungeons are just things you do because you have to. They definitely need work.
Damn, he's getting tagged.
You're watching it right now, and yeah, exactly. Aside from the instance stuff, you also have open world encounters with field bosses or world bosses you can group up for. These bosses will, of course, have a wide range of difficulty, some being pretty easy while others being hard. This boss, for example, was an insanely difficult one for our
look at that health
gear, but it was actually really fun because of how challenging it was. I was expecting the world boss, field boss content to be kind of brain dead content like most world bosses are in MMOs, but these were surprisingly fun. I think mainly because of the punishment you take when you get hit, and the combat just being a pretty fun experience. Of course, once you outgear, outlevel these bosses, they'll become a joke, but the on-level ones, surprisingly fun. PvP wise, the only thing available right now are 1v1 duels and the ability to flag for PvP. 1v1 duels are really scuffed at the moment, mainly because when starting the duel, a pillar spawns in the middle that has collision and is able to break line of sight. The dueling area is also very, very small. You don't recover HP after completing the fight, and you have to wait 60 seconds between finishing duels. All just really bad. When it comes to flagging, players have the option to flag up for PvP in town and venture out and combat anyone else that
what's
is
the pros?
flagged
What's the
for
pros?
PvP. The problem with this system, aside from the fact that no one actually flags because there is no current incentive to do so, is that you can't even party up with friends to do this.
Oh,
It's
you gotta be solo?
You versus everyone. The current infrastructure of PvP severely lacks, but the real content is expected to...
So I like New World's take on it. What was the XP boost? If you flag for PvP, you get, what was it? Was it like 10% more XP? So flagging for PvP was actually good if you were grinding because you got that extra bit of PvP. I thought that was a fantastic incentive for people to actually flag. And it also made every newbie out there flag for PvP, which meant if you wanted to early on in New World, you could farm all of the areas where new players were. Everybody be flagging for it. Oh yeah, you got 10% XP and loot luck. Brother, people be trying to finish the fishing quest and you could just sit there and just tee off on noobs over and over. Eventually they flagged off. But, you know, for like, I don't know, a day, it was fun as fuck. I think you have a slight delay cross. Really? Good here. Okay.
Come with the full launch of the game. Primarily, the current infrastructure of PvP severely lacks, but the real content is expected to come with the full launch of the game. Primarily in the form of open world PvP conflict zones in Eden, a PvEVP zone that has real rewards attached to it. The devs also said they could easily implement instance-based PvP like 3v3 or 5v5 arenas and would monitor feedback given in the upcoming beta test. So if you want those things implemented, be sure to provide that feedback. Other than the actual content, you're probably wondering what PvP itself feels like. Well, there definitely seems to be some stuff that's just broken, some stuff that seems underwhelming, certainly a good amount of scuffery, but honestly, it's kind of fun. We flagged up and headed out in the world to do some fights, and all in all, most of us had a lot of fun, mainly because of the combat. CCs don't lock you into place for 9 years, leading you to get one shot. They're important, but also short. Whether you're ranged or melee, you have to actually land your abilities.
Fucking range class looks so strong in PvP.
Exactly that. You can completely negate an incoming CC or skill by blocking or dodging.
Oh, okay.
Combat may not have been BDO ninja levels of speed, but it definitely didn't feel slow. Target lock is available, but honestly, not reliable at all. It's bad. Terrible for range, and certainly won't be used by good melee players. My group and I universally feel like there is some actual potential with the PvP if they can balance it out, clean it up, and make some good content around it. Speaking of target lock, let's talk about the combat.
Let me just back up here. I know people don't necessarily play MMORPGs for, I guess they don't play it for PvP, but coming from RuneScape, I loved PvP. I love going to the wildy. I love the high stakes of it. You die, you lose your shit. You can take someone else's shit. You know what I mean? It's just something, there's something beautiful about when someone's hard work is taken away from them in a matter of seconds. You know what I'm saying? Like that, man. And look, even on the receiving end, hot damn. You know what I mean? But like the thing in RuneScape, with what an experience. You know what I mean? You don't understand until you've killed someone, you've taken their shit, and then they DM'd you begging for their items. And they're like, please, can I just have just my whip back? You could keep everything else. Keep the armor, keep the pots, keep everything else. Just please, can I just have my fucking whip back? And then look, and then you have an option. You could give it back. You could say no. Or you could do what every RuneScape player always did. All right, buddy. Sure, I'll give it back. Come on out here. I'm at level 15 wildy. Come on. Come on out here. Come trade me. and then you kill him again. Except this time you kill him with his own weapon. All right. Look. The amount of disrespect, brother. The amount of disrespect when you kill someone, take their shit, and then kill them with their own shit. Fellas, you can't replace it. There's no better feeling in the world. The problem is most MMORPGs just don't do this anymore. You know what I mean? They don't. I don't know of any other MMORPG that does that anymore. Because it's toxic? Maybe. But I do like PvP in MMORPGs though. Even if it's jank. Even if it's really not that good. Like, I don't think Final Fantasy XIV's PvP was not good, but I played it. You know what I mean?
The overall foundation of the combat is action combat that leans Souls-like. This means iframe dodge rolls that consume stamina and can cancel you out of your attacks, basic attacks that are more meaningful, locked-in attack animations, taking hits being actually more punishing, not allowing players to just mindlessly greet attacks. For the record, you have 4 abilities on your hotbar for each weapon, totaling to 8. You have a basic attack LMB, left mouse button, special attack or ability, depending on your weapon, on your RMB, right mouse button, your Chronotector skill, which you can look at more as an alt, and up to 4 active mastery skills, only 1 being available during the beta, 15 total abilities you can press. While the combat is certainly on the slower side, it's not actually that slow. Sure, you're locked into animations, but the abilities themselves don't feel overly heavy and clunky as some Souls-like games do. I actually really like the combat personally, to the point where I'd say it's one of my favorite parts of the game. It's slow enough for anyone to quote-unquote get in the beginning, but there is definitely a higher skill ceiling for those who really want to maximize their efficiency, and the more you do that, the more engaging the combat becomes. Sure, you can just spam all your abilities and basic attack and deal damage, have fun, but actually trying to execute a proper rotation while fighting will be a much bigger challenge. Not to mention, you literally have headshot modifiers if you're playing crossbow or bow, adding an aim element to it. Weapon swapping is a big point of discussion when it comes to combat. I'm not the biggest fan of weapon swapping myself, but Chrono does a pretty good job with it, and it's actually growing on me as a result. For what it is, it's done pretty well. The transition between swapping is very smooth and quick, and the more comfortable you are, the better you'll get, and the more you'll notice yourself swapping back and forth. All weapon combinations have benefits and buffs on swap, encouraging players to go back and forth. The swap itself is kind of an ability sometimes in and of itself. For example, the swap could proc an effect, giving you back a good amount of your resource, allowing you to use more skills. Most weapon effects also are tied to the weapon in your hand, meaning a special passive you may get from your twin axes, for example, won't be applied when you swap to your chain blades. Not all, though. There are some abilities
God of War, man,
and buffs that do persist. As mentioned in the PvP section, there is a target lock feature, but honestly, I found it to be more of an inconvenience than anything. If you aim your character or mouse, you'll land your hits. Simple as that. The target lock is definitely better in PvE, but even then, with how big a lot of these monsters are, the way the camera pans while in target lock, the camera will auto zoom in a lot of the times, making it annoying to see. And personally, I just turn this feature off 99% of the time.
Wow. Okay.
Overall, I personally did enjoy the combat, and I feel like a big part of that comes from the class design, which is the next section. Classes. This is going to be a relatively short section because one of my upcoming videos is going to be a full class breakdown video. With that said, there are 6 classes in Chrono Odyssey, each having access to 3 weapons. Only 3 of these classes will be available in the upcoming beta test: Swordsman, Ranger, and Berserker. Paladin, Assassin, and Sorcerer are the other classes which I was able to play for a day in the first beta test, but I can't share anything due to the fact that it wasn't made available for this current version. Each of these three classes, the Swordsman, Ranger, and Berserker, are quite different from one another, and I feel like Chrono has done a pretty good job with the basic identity of these classes. Each class resonated with people, and there aren't any that just felt garbage to everyone. I've personally played them all, and I originally thought it was a Swordsman angle for me, but after trying Berserker, I'm kind of sold on Berserker now. I also thought, by the way, I could be a Ranger maid for a little while when I was trying Ranger. Of these three classes, though, I probably have to say that Berserker was it for me personally. The Chain Blades is just really sick, and the Twin Axes also just has
It does look sick.
It just has a pretty solid kit. Let's talk about the monetization next. The TLDR is that Chrono Studios has announced that they will never have any pay-to-win elements, and they will only monetize cosmetics and a battle pass. However, in another interview, they stated that they could also monetize quality of life convenience goods, sparking some backlash due to the inconsistencies. The only thing I can speak to is what I've been told personally and what I've experienced off camera in person, and that's that this team seems very much against pay-to-win and even continue to double down on their anti-pay-to-win stance off camera. And yes, I asked about the specific loopholes, all of which they said no to. They all genuinely seemed excited about being the first non-pay-to-win Korean MMO. Because I'm a glass is half full kind of guy, and because of the IRL interaction I had with them, and there were people of power present, I'm inclined to believe them. Would I bet my life savings on it? Of course not. But it doesn't matter whether we believe them or not. It's on them to prove it to us. But the convenience items are another story. If they do add in convenience items, I feel they should have for sure disclosed that in my interview. But again, regardless, we're all...
Convenience items be like XP booster, teleport stones, a bag. Maybe, I don't know if there's something for more bag space. Obviously things that would aid you, right? For money. If it's Korean, it's pay to win. We watched this entire interview though, and that's why he's saying that exactly like in the interview, they said that they're not doing any pay to win stuff. But we'll see. Faster mount. There you go. Yeah. I also don't know what the upfront cost for this game is supposed to be. Inventory slots. I mean, things that really matter for sure. 1000% matter.
All going to find out eventually, and if they do end up selling some convenience items like character slots or anything consistent with Path of Exile, I don't really give a shit. It's still a massive W in my eyes. Okay, so my overall honest thoughts on the game. As mentioned before, I love the canvas of the game. I love the combat, classes feel great, game is supposed to not have pay to win, thematically it's right up my alley. How can I not be excited about this game? However, there are two massive concerns I have with this game, assuming monetization is of course what they claim it to be. The first being how good the endgame loop will be. It's already been stated that this game isn't going to be one that has some insane grind and crazy chase items. From a progression standpoint, I really hope they have enough build variety to keep players engaged, chasing multiple sets of gear as the gear incentive to continue. Downside to not having a grindy game is that you have no vertical progression when you hit gear cap. The day-to-day activities have to feel good and fun to do. There needs to be purpose. The endgame raids have to be peak. Quality content. The only thing we know is how it feels in the early game, and that is just never the full picture. The end game is significantly more important.
Yep.
The second massive concern are the bugs. How will the game performance be? How bug-ridden will this game be? In its current state, the game has a lot of issues when it comes to the bugs. There's just way too many small bugs that diminish the polish of the game. Most of these aren't even game-breaking, just a lot of small, annoying ones. For example, my character's hair randomly disappearing, not being able to interact with things when I'm trying to harvest, my character having to walk into position to harvest or interact with something for whatever reason, party/raid systems bugging out, even being pulled into the Void Gate, which is a solo instance my friend is doing because we're in party. Somehow that happened. The list goes on. None of these things are game killers per se, but when there's enough of them around, it certainly scuffs the experience quite a bit. If I had to describe what Chrono Odyssey feels like right now, I would say that it feels like a wannabe AAA game developed by an indie studio that does actually have the chance to be a AAA game, but currently lacks the polish of being one. If this was an alpha or early beta, I'd say it's looking pretty good. If this is what we're going into launch with, then honestly, we're in some serious trouble. I love how receptive the Chrono team is with feedback. I love the canvas. I think the potential is for sure there. But for now, that's all it is, potential. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because it's some serious potential, in my opinion. Like I said, there were a lot of things that they have already changed, which we can't talk about, but the version you all will be playing this month will be consistent with everything I've described in this video. And that's gonna pretty much do it for this one, guys. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and remember, come follow me on Twitch. I'm going to be streaming a lot of Chrono Odyssey, and I will be giving away as many keys as I possibly can on Twitch if I get some keys. I'll see you guys in the next video.
Good video. Good video. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I want to be excited. I'm not gonna lie. Game kind of just based on some of the gameplay we're shown here. Even footage that wasn't like quote unquote laggy or high ping or whatever looks a little jank. I don't like that the targeting system, like it just doesn't seem to work well. You know, it seems like it doesn't track well. I don't know. Y'all tell me what y'all think about like the targeting system. Like, I feel like the targeting system should be better. And then also, like, doesn't seem like any defined end game has been disclosed yet. And he's like had like deep discussions with the developers. Had that entire interview. We watched that entire interview. It was fantastic, by the way. However, like, this is exactly what happened to New World. New World rolled out. They had no defined end game. And what did we do? We quit. We left. It's like, imagine if Destiny 1 had rolled out and never brought us Vaulted Glass. Most of you probably would have quit. I would have quit. I was actually about to quit. I was about to be like, all right, I guess I'm going to go play... I'll go back to Final Fantasy 14 again. But then Vaulted Glass rolled out. And then that's when it was like, oh, it's one of those kind of games. Talked about the jankiness in the podcast. They said they're raid and dungeons. I understand like raids and dungeons could be, you know, that could be early. Like, that's like the way it progresses. So like, I know like Destiny raids and dungeons are like an end game kind of thing. Raids and dungeons, like you'll start doing dungeons like Final Fantasy 14 like early on, like level 10, like and then you'll be hitting Duty Finder, hitting dungeons up all the way through, right? And so now what he's talking about is like defined loot. You know, like what is some super defining loot? You know, exotics, uniques, mythic, whatever, and doesn't. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's a beta thing that I haven't disclosed that, but we'll see. I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to emphasize how important that is. Maybe, Aaron. Maybe. In-game is PV, EVP in the Eden Zone. That's going to be interesting, man. That's going to be interesting. Maybe Bungie got it right. Maybe Gambit is, in fact, what everyone wants. In-game as of now is Eden, I think 10-man raids. Have you guys seen any, like, exotic level or legendary level loot? Dank, as far as I'm understanding, one raid, one dungeon for Destiny. Eden, these nuts. It's good. It's good. Rhino with the 12 months. Thank you so much. He's playing on a Korean server. That's why his ping is so high. Okay. Loot is not the chase, if I understand it correctly. I think. The fuck? Then what the fuck is the chase? By the way, there was nothing mentioned about player-owned houses. You gotta have gear depth. It's not a looter shooter cross. No shit. MRPGs have loot too. Are you guys? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Huh? Who is this? My chat? Where the fuck these dumbass take comes from? Look, loot exists inside of MRPGs. If anything, they're the father of looter shooters. They're just not shooting. You're not shooting in MRPG. Well, maybe some of the weapons you are. Multiplex. Your map may be ass, but we love you for it nonetheless. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Chat, please drop some love and eggplants right now. The question that I have for this game, will it be better than the launch of New World? New World was hype. New World was hype. I like the different solo activities. That looks good. But New World had a good, like, I like the skills in New World. Can't remember exactly, like, if I definitely didn't like the watermark system at the end, where it was just like you had these incremental bumps in gear. It's got potential. It was hype for all 12 of y'all. Oh, Drop Top, you know New World held the record for highest concurrent viewership on Steam for an MRPG, right? You know that, right? The highest concurrent viewership for an MRPG, New World held the record, and I think it still holds the record. It would have to have 0 bugs to be better than New World. It had 972,000 concurrent players. Put that in perspective, the highest Bungie in Destiny has ever gotten on Steam is 300,000. 321, 323, 324, somewhere around. Just on Steam alone. Now, since the game is launched on consoles, so who knows? The queue times were insane. They were insane. Yeah, if you fucking got kicked offline, you have to wait hours to get back in. Say with me across the MMORPG. That's what I just said. That's what I'm saying right now. Those are the words coming out of my mouth. New World was kick-ass at launch. I was so hyped to play it. Ball Stark at 1.3. Okay, so New World got dethroned. All right. I would go home, launch New World before anything else, just so I could play later that night. Yeah. They actually had to add an AFK queue. WoW is much higher. I think it's like 12 mil. I don't know what WoW's numbers ever got up to concurrent wise. I know, I mean, look, at one time, WoW was to MMORPGs what Fortnite is to Battle Royales. It was a generational defining game. And like, look, I'll even admit it as like a RuneScape player. Because like as a RuneScape player for years, we would be like, fuck WoW. We don't need WoW. Why play WoW when you got RuneScape? But at the end of the day, WoW, it was a generational defining MMORPG. It was so defining. That's why everyone was trying to make the next MMORPG. Everybody was trying to pump out. We had so many shit MMORPGs that were coming out left and right. Some of them were actually kind of fun for a moment. But when like, dude, I remember there was like an MMORPG I played that had an auto walker. I shit you not. You click the quest, you would click at the top right end of your screen, and your character would auto walk all the way across the map to it. You could literally go take a shit. You can go fix a sandwich. You could literally click the quest, go fix your sandwich, come back. Your character would still be just walking toward the quest. The whole point of the game was like, it was like a super approachable MMORPG. That sounds great. You lazy fuck, just walk. Just walk to the goddamn place. I thought it was terrible. I was like, man, no, that's awful. Damn auto. Sounds like BDO. Damn auto walking shit. Back in my day, you got lost for 2.5 hours trying to make your way to the quest. And then eventually you found the person with the quest after clicking on every NPC in a town. And you died 3 times before. I will say Final Fantasy 14 gets praised for a lot of shit, and I love Final Fantasy 14. But dude, I was so lost in that game when I first played it. I would get so lost in the map because the waypoints would tell me to go one way, and they were just, it would be, because the map was broken up into zones in different areas. At least this is back in 2014. 2015, actually 2015. No, 2014. Anyways, I would get so fucking lost, dude. Terrible. I would just wander around the different cities and just be like, where the fuck am I supposed to go right now? Have you ever played Elder Scrolls Online? I did not play much of it. I do have, my chiropractor talks about it all the time. It's his favorite game. It's his favorite game. As someone who has played a lot of Oblivion and Skyrim and looking very forward to the next Elder Scrolls game, I might play Elder Scrolls Online. I know that it's made a comeback in a big way, because or at least from what my Cairo says, that it's the best game ever. Don't do it. ESO is the only type of game that I play for more than 5 hours. Type of that game, okay. ESO is familiar, which is why people like it. Have I ever played Genshin Impact? Oh yeah, I played that Gunner bait. Yep. 30 days. 30 days I played that game. And spent way too much money. Once you understand ESO, it's a good game. ESO was shite at launch, yeah. Yeah. Chiropractor, what are you, 60 years old? Yeah, well, you know, here's the thing. You can either start taking care of your body today, or your dick can fall off. So, to each their own, I suppose. Trash Mossy with the sub, thank you so much. It's not medical advice, by the way. Your dick, your cock, it will cease to work. Fuck your spine up. Tell me how that works out for you. Does your chiropractor touch your wee-wee? Indirectly, I suppose. In a therapeutic, spiritual way. Play Wuthering Waves, god damn it. Isn't that just more Genshin Impact? Start a Mass Effect, not right now. I've heard good things about it. Chiropractors have zero medical-based evidence. I don't know, man. I've had major back problems, and so much so, like, I didn't realize how mortal I was until I locked up my back. Fellas, there will come a day in your life where you will bend over, you will put on your underwear, or you'll tie your shoes, or maybe you'll pick up your kid or a box, and suddenly something happens, and you will go down. And you will go down more so than you will stop. Your whole body will cease up. The back will lock up, and you will hit the floor. And there's nothing you could do. That house could have been, look, I'm serious. I locked my back up, and for 24 hours, I couldn't move. And if that house would have lit on fire, fuck it. I would have burnt. There was no way I was going to get out of there. There was no way I could move my body. See, what happens is once your back decides to close up on a nerve in a certain way, you fucked, man. You fucked. Drink your prune juice, oh man. The thing is, though, you gotta do things to keep that from happening. Yoga ball stretches, really, really good. Some hangs. You know, work, you know, I would say just some good stretches here and there. I like to hit a chiropractor. Cat and damn it, thank you so much for the 35 months. Remember Lisa and Genshin? Oh, yes. How could I ever forget? Marathon development update, June 17, 2025. Yeah, what are you talking about, Sergeant? That's the day I knew I became a middle-aged man. I'm 43. My back incurs. Things we have to do remain limber is ridiculous. Yeah, man. You got to. Take it seriously. You all laugh now. You all laugh now. Fuck, I got to stretch now. I got to stretch now. Oh, my God. Get that deep stretch. I'm 45. I never locked my back up. Well, I would say that it depends on what you've used to do. You know what I'm saying? I used to work a lot of manual labor. And at one time, I don't know, dude. I thought I was just... I would go out there and fucking swing a hammer all day long. You know, fucking break concrete forms loose and throw that shit all over the place. And I thought I was completely fine. You know what I mean? I really thought at one time I had the most endless amount of energy. And that I was just like, I just fucking had this endless well of energy. The problem is that shit catches up, dude. That shit catches up. Exercise at all? Of course. Of course. Swimming is good. Yeah, swimming's good. Rin sack with the 3 months. Thank you so much. I had a fucking brick wall at the 40. That's what I'm saying. You'll reach a certain age where you will...
When do we get K-pop crossover with Destiny 2?
Concrete will kill a man slow. Yeah, that's why, like, if you see people that work in the trades, man, for a long time, look, man, I remember this one guy I worked with, he would come to work with elbow pads. He'd have elbow pads on, knee pads, back brace. He'd have a fucking, his visor up here. And, like, I'm over there, like, I'm like 21, 22. I'm like, man, what's he need all that shit for? That man was smart. You hear me? A veteran. He fucking knew. That man knew how to stay young in that game. He had pads for any situation. Cross watch a video about Elder Scrolls Online. Thanks to the military, I have a bag of 65-year-old man at the age of 40. I used to laugh at a young man wearing pads at the garage. Now I understand. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, there's you got to be, dude, gear makes all the difference, man. Makes all the difference. But anyways, point is, take care of your backs, guys. And for me, going to a chiropractor helps me. You know, depends on the chiropractor. I will say this. Best rule of thumb for chiropractors, if they're willing to crack your back and do work on you without ever looking at an MRI or a CAT scan, find yourself another chiropractor. I promise you guys. The best chiropractors are the one that demands to see imaging first. Matter of fact, my chiropractor, before he even begins working on you, demands to see an MRI. They need to see imaging first, because the thing is they do certain adjustments. There are certain adjustments that will make your back worse than actually making it better. And until you see proper imaging, you won't know that. These places like, I'm trying to remember, there's like a chain chiropractor where you can go in and like they like claim they could do adjustments in 10 minutes and they require no imaging. I'm trying to remember the name of it. But, and like, not trying to hate or anything, but I'm just saying, don't go to chiropractors. I'm telling you, you will fuck yourself up. Go to a place that will require imaging. And that way it's science-based. Don't tell us how to live our lives. Sure. Or like see an actual doctor. J-Wo, I don't know what kind of fucking doctors you have, but my doctors ain't worth the fuck. I go to my doctor, I'm like, hey doc, I'm dying over here. And he's like, what's your symptoms? These are my symptoms. All right, take this slip, go to Walgreens, and get the fuck out of my office. That's my doctor. Endless Fall, thank you so much for the 28 months. I like physical therapists. You know, no. I like physical therapists. One thing I like about my chiropractor, he's a physical therapist and a chiropractor. Went to school for both. And so you get it all. You get it all. If you find that, great. You get it all, man. I'm trying so hard to behave right now. To be fair, you're in Florida. You're lucky the doctor isn't a meth head. Brother, I mean, look, man. And look, I got friends that are doctors. I love them to death. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, dude. Like, I feel like, and tell me if I'm wrong. If I got doctors in here, I'm not trying to hate on you. But the thing is, I think you guys are just so callous. You know what I mean? You're like, unless your arm is chopped the fuck off or you're dying. You know what I mean? It just doesn't faze you guys. You know what I mean? You just like, walk it off. Here, go get your shit from Walgreens. Get the fuck out. I swear I've had doctors look at me and been like, I mean, they give me this look of like, so how long have you been a little bitch? That's the look I feel like again. It's like, bro, my sinus is really hurt right now. Why are you giving me this look? First Cross hates women. Now he hates doctors. I'm not here to be judged. And then I got to pay for it. I got to pay to be judged. Mocha in a glass of water. Now fuck off. Doctors always expect the patients to be liars. Oh, is that because of the pain medication? Perhaps. All right, chat. Y'all give me just a sec. I'm going to turn on some music so that y'all have something to listen to in the background. So you can't hear me breathing in the background as I go take this massive shit. Y'all give me just a moment. I have returned. You know, we never see Cross eating some Louisiana cuisine. Where are the gumbos and po' boys? Florida changed them. You know what? About a year ago, I did a crawfish boil in my house. Invited all my fellow Floridians over. And you know what? Nobody liked the crawfish. Actually, it pretty much ended up being me eating all the crawfish. I was sitting there. Some people ate some of the corn. Some people dabbled with a crawfish or two. Most of the people there were like, eh. It was a cool experience for just a moment, but not really their kind of food. Ah, damn, Bungie dropped it early.
31 months. Been here
Chat.
for a while. Keep up the great work.
You want the music on or off? Crawfish is a Louisiana thing, my guy. I know, but I feel like crawfish could be universally appreciated. You know what I mean? I feel like no matter what walk of life you would like crawfish. I don't know. I just feel like crawfish is great. All right, now hold on. Let me turn this off.
Hope you're well, Cross.
All right. Let me spit this out. Hold on. Another. Who's the mod that decided to fuck us live at twitch.tv/Aztecross right now? Another week, boys, and another TWAB. This week in Destiny, we're getting ready for our next developer stream. These things take time. So we're also telling you all about one of the biggest systematic changes we are introducing with the Edge of Fate. It's a topic that you may not have heard about yet, so get ready for it. And for the rest of our weekly topics, of course. So save the date. All dungeons in Rite of the 9, introducing additive melee damage. Exotic armor tuning preview. Last call for the final shape Bungie rewards. Now tune in to our next developer stream. Join us Tuesday, June 24th at 10 a.m. Pacific as we give an in-depth look at the Edge of Fate. We'll have the dev team on the floor ready to share many details about Armor 3.0 and the new ability stats system to show you some new weapons and more. That's next week, everybody. Everyone watching our developer stream on the Bungie Twitch channels for at least 15 minutes and with their Bungie ID linked will earn the Astromancy emblem as a Twitch drop. Oh, let's go, baby. All right. Look, Bungie, you got to be bringing it, okay? Now is the time. We want to be overwhelmed. We need that moment, okay? This needs to be, look. I don't think it's going to be this, but it needs to be the beginning of the hype train, all right? I'm just gauging the hype. I'm just gauging it around everywhere, and it just seems a little low, all right? This stream, we need to walk out of this stream going, hot damn it. They back, baby. They cooking right now. Okay. All right, Rite of the 9 continues. Guardians, the emissary of the 9 still requires your attention. After making all dungeons available last week and turning on increased rewards for them, we are entering a new Rite of the 9 cycle. All dungeons remain active and can be played at players' leisure, but only one of them has increased rewards active, so you can go back and farm for resources and weapons if you're still chasing some of them. We have another update coming on July the 1st. The emissary will start giving away non-nary Ingrams that are filled to the brim with hand-picked cosmetic rewards spanning multiple years of Destiny 2 content. Some are newer like Hollow Chips, and others are a blast from the past like Crimson Days emotes. Check the calendar below so you don't miss anything that's coming. So until June 24th, increased currency drops will be active for all dungeons. From June 24th, all dungeons are available, and one will have increased currency rewards and a chance for weapons to drop from enemy kills, as well as increased loot from the final boss chest when completing all encounters in the featured dungeon. Week of the June 24th, Spire of the Watcher. Week of July 1st, Ghost of the Deep. Week of July 8th, Prophecy. Now, starting June 24th, the emissary will offer a handful of exotics for players looking to round out their exotic weapon arsenal. More will be added each week through the Edge of Fate launch. Now, from July 1st to July 15th, players can earn non-nary Ingrams. Starting July 1st, players may purchase non-nary Ingrams using 350 non-nary manifolds at the emissary, up to 20 during Rite of the Nine. Starting July 8th, players will be awarded one additional non-nary Ingram each day just for signing in. Just be sure to claim it from the emissary. And then from July 8th until July 15th, Lootapalooza will begin. Increased currency rewards and weapon drops from enemies in all dungeons. Even more increased loot from the final boss chest when completing all encounters. Guys, for the love of God, please be excited about Rite of 9. Bungie's like, please play this activity and farm some of this shit. Don't waste your time, chat. Now, melee damage is changing in the Edge of Fates. Hello there. This is the Destiny 2 Sandbox team. Ready to talk about one of the most significant systematic overhauls coming with the Edge of Fates. Additive melee damage stacking. The short version is almost all sources of increased melee damage are buffed. All sources of increased melee damage stack at full efficiency in PvE. And we are using additive damage increase calculation for melee damage. I smell a butt fucking right now. I haven't even read the rest of this. I smell a butt fucking coming. How melee damage worked in the past. Currently in Destiny 2, most sources of increased damage in Destiny 2 are multiplicative. Two hypothetical 50% damage increases, a 1.5 times increase in damage, are multiplied together for a total of 125% or 2.25 multiplier. This approach to damage increases has some problems like fun. That's a problem. That's, who wants to fist their enemies? For one, the more damage increasing effects applied at a time, the more powerful they all become, which means that the best builds and strategies can start to revolve around simply having as many buffs as possible. Give me skill gap. This is the pattern we saw in Destiny 2 prior to the mutually exclusive empowering damage buff systems for weapons. Additionally, balancing the game becomes more and more difficult the more sources of increased damage we add. We do not want to have to choose between bosses being one-shot by players who are stacking as many buffs as possible or bosses feeling like bullet sponges to players who are not. Look, this is so bad, man. Oh, this is so bad. I literally called this out earlier this week. I said, what if Bungie is actually going to nerf our damage? That way they can buff it with us stacking into 200% stats. 200 stat distributions. Keep reading. All right, I'm gonna keep reading. Looks bad to me. Looks bad. I'm just saying. How melee damage will work now. When the Edge of Fate is released on July 15th, melee damage increases in Destiny 2 will be additive. That means two hypothetical 50% damage increases will be added together for a total of 100% damage increase. Now, this does result in lower damage ceiling for melee abilities, and it is unlikely that most bosses will ever be one-shot with melee abilities going forward. But because we do not need to worry about someone stacking these melee buffs and trivializing most content in the game, we can do two very cool things. We are buffing almost all effects that increase melee damage, some of them by double the damage they do now. In PvE, melee damage increasing effects always stack at full value if applicable. Our goal with these changes is to make much easier to create a personalized build that works the way you want. Many potential combinations of melee abilities of build crafting items are now much stronger than they were. We are very excited to see what melee builds y'all cook up in the Edge of Fate with these new changes. We are buffing almost all effects that increase melee damage. Some of them by double the damage. specifics. I guess specifics. We got, you know what I mean? Sounds like a good change. You can't balance your game around broken builds. Mods! You see try time with the shit take? You see that motherfucker? Look, what we really try to promote here is freedom of speech. All right. We want you to be able to come into this stream, share your opinions, share your thoughts, because the reality is we all come from different walks and we all have different experiences inside of Destiny, right? Now, what I am concerned about with this change is what if this is the beginning? What if we're going to see some supers get nerfs? Why? To make way for the increase in super damage from 200 stat distributions. Listen, I'm just throwing it out there, guys. I'm a little concerned. That's all. I'm just a little concerned. All right. Let's continue. I know Bungie's telling me they're trying to whisper in my ear. Okay? All right? They're fucking this ear hole and they're whispering in this ear, telling me it's all going to be fine. Maybe it will. It's pretty obvious what's happening. Incoming Solar Titan nerf. All right. Systematic updates. Let's move on to better things. In this new system, every effect that increases melee damage has been converted to use additive damage stacking. Every time that has been changed as part of this has been listed below, with a single exception. The new melee stat introduced with Armor 3.0 increases the damage of melee abilities when going over 100 points, up to an extra 30% at 200 stats. Yes, that's right. The damage bonus provided by the stat is considered to be an increase to the base damage of a player's melee attack and abilities and is multiplicative with other damage increases. In short, if you're putting together a melee build, you want to get your melee stat as high as possible. Okay. All right. Hold up. No. This one is multiplicative. This one is multiplicative. Additionally, melee damage no longer scales scorch and ignition damage generated by melee attacks. The logic behind this change is similar to the logic underlying the jolt damage scaling changes we made a while back. We think it's healthier for elemental verbs to have a consistent effect regardless of the source that applied them. We have opted for more targeted changes here, and Incineration Snap and Consecration Slam remain powerful options, both as a centerpiece abilities in melee-focused builds and as potent damage-focused tools in other builds. Brother. Our melee builds just got fisted in a bad way. Consecration is worse now. Yeah, Bungie really, like, they're trying, so look, they're adding value to 200 stat builds, okay, by making that multiplicative. But they're absolutely fucking everything else. You know what I mean? I'm talking elbow deep shit right now. Play how you want, but not that way. Not that way. That's right. That's right. Oh, my God. All right. About glaives. As part of our melee overhaul, we are revisiting the role of glaives in the sandbox. We would like glaives to find a more permanent home in melee-focused builds, where they provide a defensive tool to help you close in on your targets and a faster and more potent unpowered melee ability than Guardians would have otherwise. That's right. Glaive melee is considered an unpowered melee ability in the Edge of Fate. Anything that increases the strength of unpowered melee abilities will now increase the strength of glaive melees, including the melee stat. This does come at a cost. While glaives have a much clearer role and have a higher damage ceiling, we need to reduce their base melee damage in PvE to bring it more in line with an unpowered melee attack. But even after these changes, glaive melees have a much higher damage per second output than unpowered melee attacks do. Well, no fucking shit. It's a glaive. In short, if your build relies on unpowered melee damage, glaives will be the best way to increase your unpowered melee DPS even further. Glaive Melee is now considered to be a type of unpowered melee ability. They now receive melee damage increases at full effect in all cases where an unpowered melee ability would, including the damage increase from Sith knockout, offensive bulwark, combination blow, spark of feedback, Worm God, caress, banner of war, stylus, executioner. Okay. Glaive Melee now triggers all effects that are triggered by any melee ability. They will no longer benefit from some weapon damage bonuses, such as Radiant, as it's no longer weapon damage. Effects that modify the behavior of basic melee attacks, such as the Titan Aspect Knockout that changes the basic melee attacks from kinetic to arc, will not affect the behavior of Glaive Melees. That sucks. Glaive Melee damage in PvE has been adjusted to compensate for their increased access to melee damage increased effects. Glaive Melee damage against minors and majors has been reduced by 40%. Oh, God. Glaive Melee damage against champions and mini-boss has been reduced by 28.5%. Glaive Melee damage against bosses and vehicles has been reduced by 50%. Okay, so let me understand this correctly. Glaive Melee damage in PvE has been adjusted to compensate for their increased access to melee damage increasing effects. All right, let's start from the top. The best Glaive builds involve what? Worm God Caress, right? You use Worm God, you get big buffs going, and you go to Pound Town. That's getting shit on. Like, even with the multiplicative damage increase from 200 stats, you're still, that's of 30%.
How goes it, brother?
Isn't that still overriding? These nerfs are overriding that buff. Wait until you read the percentage increase later before you say it's horrible. All right. Let's take a look. Hold on. I'm hoping. 6, it's your fucking ass. Let me tell you something. 6, it's your fucking ass. If I am not bricked up by the end of this TWAB, your ass is gone. Below, check out the list of melee changes we have made to abilities, exotic armor pieces, and weapon perks so they could shine in the new system. Be mindful that this list does not cover all the sandbox tuning plans we have for the Edge of Fate, just the melee focused ones. We are covering exotic armor changes in the section below, and we'll share everything about weapons abilities in future to it. Okay. All right, ability changes for melees. Classes, Prismatic, Fast of Courage, PvE melee damage bonus increase from 10 to 50%. What the fuck? Arc, Spark of Feedback, PvE melee damage bonus increase from 75 to 100%. Now works with Glaive Melee at full effect. PvE melee damage bonus is no longer decreased when used with Syntheseps, Liar's Handshake, Knockout, Worm God Caress, 1-2 Punch, or Winter's Scowl. Okay. Interesting. All right. Bungie, why are you kidding me with all the bad stuff first? All right. Why you what you do? What is this emotional roller coaster I'm on right now? Titan, Roaring Flames, maximum PvE melee damage bonus increase from 73 to 200%. Good God. As a note, Roaring Flames increases solar ability damage, and Glaive Melee is always we have opted to follow the rules as written for this one for now. So Roaring Flames does not scale Glaive Melee damage. Okay. Thanks. All right. Melee damage bonus against is no longer decreased when used with Peregrine Greaves, Worm God Caress, 1-2 Punch, or Syntheseps. Interesting. So maximum PvE melee damage bonus. Oh, good God, brother. That's wow. Now Knockout. PvE uncharged melee damage bonus increased from 100 to 160%. PvE charged melee damage bonus increased from 50 to 160%. Increased melee damage now works with Glaive Melee at full effect. All right. Are we going to be cooked? Okay. All right. Bungie, look. You put this shit on the... It looked like, they put all the bad stuff on the front end, which made it look way worse. Mod 6. Mods banned 6. 6. Fuck you, 6. Fuck you. I don't give a shit. Welcome to Tyranny. Offensive Bulwark. PvE melee damage bonus increased from 100 to 160%. Increased melee damage now works with glaive melee at full effect. Melee damage bonus no longer decreased when used with Syntheseps. And Banner of War. Melee damage bonus for users and allies increase from 40 to 100%. Melee damage bonus no longer decreased when used with Wormguy Caress, Syntheseps, or glaive melee damage. Or glaive melee. The damage bonus provided to Blade Fury's melee attacks is unchanged. Hot damn it, brother. Now listen, understand. These are not multiplicative, so we're gonna have to run the numbers. All right, it's additive now, but it's multiplicative on the stat distribution. Overall, this should net out to be more damage. Is what it should be, and Banner Titan should be back in a big way, and Bonk should be back too. Now, Hunter, Stylus Executioner. PvE melee damage bonus increased from 200 to 300%. Now works with glaive melee at full effect. Now works with every melee ability if the ability makes contact while you're leaving invisibility. In other words, projectile melee abilities like Threaded Spike will benefit from the damage increase if you're using it at point blank. Combination Blow. Maximum PvE damage bonus increased from 309 to 400%. Increased melee damage now works with glaive melee at full effect. Now works with Ascension and PvE at full effect. Now works with grapple melee and PvE at full effect. Well, it seems we're all going to be fisting enemies in Edge of Fate. Okay. Ascension's going to clear. That it is. I'm punching everything. Bro, I'm confused. The main takeaway is this. Bungie fucked us. But then they made love to us afterwards. Okay. We got fucked. But then it turned into love making at the end. All right. That's the point. It got better. All right. It wasn't as brutal. And it's going to work out the best for us going to Edge of Fate. We're gonna be doing more damage. That's the main takeaway to this. You're gonna be doing more damage. If we just get cuddle fucked, we just got cuddle fucked. Fisting is my fate. Yes, it will be. Yep. All right. This is abuse, man. Yeah, well, you know, I will say it started off so bad. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I was, dude. That TWAB started off so bad. It makes you almost. Who knows? A less patient man would have closed out this TWAB and given up. But this shit is good. All right. Exotic armor changes. Hunter. Artist Embrace. These fucking things. PV weighted knife damage bonus increased from 200 to 300%. All right. Liar's Handshake and Spirit of the Liar. PV basic melee and arc melee damage increased from 200 to 400%. Good God. Brother. Dude, these are some crazy numbers. This is some crazy numbers, dude. Where the fuck is Warlock melee builds? They're on Titan and Hunter. Yeah, you need to swap classes for that shit. Ophidius Spade, maximum PV throwing damage bonus increased from 100 to 200%. It's really nice. Trident Vice, PV glaive melee damage bonus increased from 100 to 200%. Thank God. It needed that. I love the projectile. And I think, that's really what makes that exotic stand out. But it needed more melee damage. All right, Titan, Heart of Inmost Light. Maximum PV melee damage increased from 20 to 50%. Now increases the damage of empowered and glaive melee abilities. Okay. Peregrine Greaves. Shoulder charge ability impact damage bonus against non-champion, non-tormentor, and non-mini-boss targets increased from 363 to 400%. Okay. Syntheseps and Spirit of Syntheseps. Melee damage bonus is unchanged at 165%. Melee damage bonus is no longer decreased when used with combination blows, Stylus Executioner, and glaive melee. Damage bonus still decreased against players when used with Lightning Search. Okay, for Spirit. Yeah, Spirit. All right, wishful ignorance. Maximum PV Frenzy Blade melee damage bonus increase from 100 to 200%. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go. Maximum PV Fletcher's Storm melee damage bonus increase from 50 to 200%. Let's fucking go. This right here. Everyone, get your favorite Fletcher's Storm build right now. You are going to be fucking with this. Do you not realize you can already clear a room? You can already clear a room. Now you're going to annihilate every fucking room of enemies. That shit is going to be so hot. And look, as someone who recently we actually quit doing our build battle because we were playing with the Fletcher Storm build, and it just wasn't fucking enough. It wasn't good enough. By the way, look, make sure we bleep out all these words today. Wishful ignorance, though, Fletcher Storm is going to be so hot. It's such a fun look. The gameplay loop is one of the best, man. Like, truly is one of the best. The animation, you're up in the air, you're slinging melees. It's one of the best. All right, Worm God Caress, maximum PV melee damage bonus increased from 275 to 400%. What in the world, dude? There ain't no way, Bungie. There ain't no way. Look, we got to start getting pre-testing right now. I don't trust these numbers. I don't trust these numbers. No. We're going to test these. We're going to test everything on Greg, pre versus post. There's no way Bungie's shipping these numbers out. I'm calling cap on this. No. When this shit rolls out, we better see these numbers reflected. Bungie, I made the comment that you guys should just lie. I'm concerned with these changes right here because I'm thinking that there's no way in hell y'all are going to actually ship this. Melee damage is no longer decreased when using Roaring Flames or Glaive melees. All right. Warlocks, Winter's Guile. Maximum PV melee damage bonus increased from 275 to 400%. Isn't it funny that Winter's Guile won't get the Worm God treatments? Now, that's nice. It's nice, but you guys still don't get the Worm God treatment. You don't believe that shit? If they ever gave it to y'all, that would be great. No, seriously, they ever gave it to y'all, that'd be wonderful. Warlock's only got one buff? That's hilarious, dude. Yeah. When you play Titan, play Hunter, that's all I can say. I told y'all. I knew before we even got to the Warlock section. You wanna fist enemies? Titan and Hunter. This ain't y'all, man. Y'all healers, dude. Y'all healers. Sit back there with your support auto. All right, weapon changes. Weapon perks. Close to melee. PvE glaive melee damage bonus increased from 30 to 60%. Nice. 1-2 punch. PvE melee damage bonus increased from 100 to 150%. Dude, this is crazy. This is crazy. Now works with all melee abilities. Melee damage bonus no longer decreased when used with Liar's Handshake. Oh my god. Increase the time the perk is active to 3 seconds. Oh my god. No, they did not. Brother. Double fisting is back on the menu. Yes, indeed. Double fisting is back on the menu. All right. Exotic weapons. Bastion. Saint's Fist PV damage bonus. Melee damage bonus increased from 100 to 300%. Good Lord. Dude, Bastion is actually good. We played a build with Bastion here recently. Actually pretty nice. Okay. Straight up. This is crazy, though. Now it works with all melee abilities. Increase the time the perk is active to 3 seconds. Monte Carlo. Catalyst melee attack no longer deals reduced melee damage to bosses, mini bosses, and champions. Oh, nice, nice. Winter Bite now receives melee damage bonuses from a variety of sources. Reduce enhanced melee damage with ammo to plus 20% versus bosses, down from 50%. Why? Bungie, you don't like this winter biting? Does Bungie not like winter bites? Yeah, rib winter bite. I think winter bite's kind of hot. Well, no. That's a straight up nerf. Remember, you do more melee damage with winter bites when you have ammo. Because of the exotic boss. All right. I think Bungie is scared. Y'all remember when we were like one tapping bosses after Lifehaul winter bite? That shit was so much fun. I had such a good time. Dude, the damage was insane, brother. Insane. That's why they nerfed it. Yeah, that's why they nerfed it. Because it was broken since launch. Yeah. Who said that? Are you pay to win? He's not. Mods, handle that man. Exotic armor tuning preview. We mentioned a bunch of exotic armor pieces in the previous sections, so it felt natural to go over the other exotics that are changing with the Edge of Fate. Many buffs and reworks here and there, and just a few minor nerfs to keep things balanced and interesting. All right. All right. Hunter, the Dragon Shadow, and it is long felt weird how similar the Dragon Shadow and Speed Loader Slacks are in their effects, with both center on dodging to get stats. To alleviate some of this weirdness, the Dragon Shadow has gained many of these stats and had its perks updated to fit better with the new suite of player stats. So the Dragon Shadow now passively increases weapon stability and ready speed. Dodging reloads your equipped weapons, no longer reloads holster weapons. Activating your dodge ability grants the following effects for a short time. Increased stability and handling, increased move speed, increased sprint, slide, ADS strafe speed, increased class stats. Good God almighty, dude. I hope you see what your PvP meta is about to be. I hope you fucking see it. What are the numbers? More. That's all it is. More across the board. Now, Speed Loader Slacks. With these bonuses given away, we took a more PvE-oriented approach to Speed Loader Slacks, allowing hunters to be able to provide a benefit akin to Lunafaction boosts or allies to be able to carry around during higher-end content. So Speed Loader Slacks adjusted the tight fit perk. Dodging reloads all weapons and grants increased handling and reload speed for you and nearby allies. What the fuck did I just read? Dodging reloads all weapons and grants increased handling and reload speed for you and nearby allies. While this buff is active, additional dodges increases the strength of the buff and refreshes the timer. Dealing sustained damage grants class ability energy. So essentially, guys, Dragon Shadow is the ultimate PvP exotic. A lot of what was in Speed Loader has been deprecated into Dragon Shadow. Speed Loader Slacks, they've done this before with other exotics, has now become the ultimate support exotic for PvE players. Dodging reloads all weapons and grants increased handling and reload speed for you and nearby allies. The main thing is this. When you dodge... Hold on. Am I understanding this right? Dodging reloads all weapons and grants increased... Okay. When you dodge, you're going to reload the weapons for your allies? No. Oh my God. I got way ahead of myself. Dodging reloads all weapons and grants increased handling and reload speed for you and nearby allies. Oh, shit, dude. That was going to be crazy. Just for yourself. Yeah. Man, I was about to be... Okay, all right. That's like some OG rally barricade shit right there. Oh, yeah. We got to carry it away. I'm sorry. While this buff is active, additional dodge increase. Okay, that's all right. Mask of Backers. Mask of Backers has always been an evocative and visually fun exotic, but largely is used as a PvP tool. We made some changes to let you play into the Fallen Captain Fantasy even more so in PvE, while also pairing well with the new stats. It's also now usable on Arc subclasses and supers. Massive Backers effects are now active when either an Arc or Stasis super is equipped. Dude, that is crazy, brother. Did y'all just... Do you know what you could do with this now? Do you know what you could do with this? With it being able to be on Arc now, too? How's this going to stack with Ascension? It's nuts. Man, I can't wait to move out of here. You hear me? You know what I'm saying? I can't wait. You know, my 2-year-old walks around like she owns the place. Reworked Light Shift no longer provides a non-stacking surge damage bonus. Okay. Now grants plus 10% damage for eligible weapons, stasis weapons, arc weapons, and Lord of Wolves per stack. Oh. Stacks up to 3 times. While active, weapon final blows grant class ability energy. I like that. I like that. Okay. All right. The main thing is this is all cool, I guess. You know what I mean? Some of these changes kind of roll back in some way. But this right here, working with Arc and Stasis, super fantastic. Yeah, someone's saying that it already works with Lord of Wolves. Hey, what you doing? What you doing, girl? Give me 15. I need 15 minutes. All right. Capri Sting. Capri Sting has been fairly niche PvP exotic for some time, so we wanted to rework it to something a bit more broadly useful and with more build crafting hooks. Capri Sting removed automatic smoke bomb activation when using a melee attack. Removed true sight when dealing damage with the smoke bomb. Added, killing weakened targets creates a burst of weakening smoke and returns smoke bomb energy. So what would we do? Would we do like oh shit, what's the so if you're rocking like a withering gaze, exalted truth, you aim down sights, you proc the weaken, you get the kill, you turn around, you create a burst of weakening smoke, and you return smoke bomb energy. Demoralize. Okay, yeah. And I guess you could utilize it with you're probably on the prowl and some other things too. AoE weakening combines with on the prowl. Yeah. Berry bloodline. But who's rocking berry? This seems like a change I would utilize inside of maybe PvE. As much as like I know Capri Sting has been looked at for PvP. All right, Oathkeepers. Oathkeepers have not been quite worth the time investment to overdraw for the damage bonus. So we tuned that a bit for some better ease of use and higher potential payout of damage. So Oathkeepers increased maximum damage bonus from 150 to 200%. Now provides more of the total damage bonus earlier in the overdraw. Oh, I like that. I like that. All right. Oathkeepers is pretty nice, guys. It really is, man. And look. Here's the thing about Oathkeepers. When we paired it with Leviathans, I think Leviathan's breath couldn't get the full damage bonus, if I remember correctly. So we need to go back and see, like, I can't remember exactly, but there was some issues with its synergy. On a Trimmer's bow, it's really nice. I thought it didn't work with Leviathans at all. Was it only the impact damage? There it is. Yeah, because Leviathan's damage is split up. So only the impact damage is being increased. All right, Blight Ranger. Oh, God. Blight Rangers had a rough time, with previous balance changes failing to hit the mark. Despite that, we believe that its most recent rework established a playstyle that fits the fantasy of the exotic. However, its cancellation effect still didn't feel worth the investment, especially due to the challenging bug with how its damage scaled. So we've given it a bit of extra juice. Actually, a lot of extra juice. Oh my God, please. Blight Ranger fixed an issue where cancellation damage was not consistently scaling based on voltaic mirror progress. Adjusted voltaic mirror meter behavior. Now requires 25% less reflections to reach maximum. Feels more evenly. Blocked melee attacks now count as a reflection. Dude, we're going to end up KOing bosses. Y'all know that? We're going to end up KOing bosses that stomp attack over and over. Thank God, dude. Maximum cancellation damage increased by 50%. This is in addition to the fix above. Minimum cancellation damage increased by 150%. Now always applies blind before dealing damage. Updated visuals, audio, timing of the blind shockwave to better reflect its impact. Look, man. Look, we've got a short out there, a clip where we essentially blocked Greg's attack. You know, Greg that does the eye blast, and we did so much damage. There is a world, I want to see this world, where a hunter solos a dungeon with Blight Ranger. I don't know what it is. I just love the play style. The pop your super and block everything and kill bosses with their own attack. Are we lagging right now? See, this didn't fix it. I fucking knew it. I knew this was going to fix our problem. Yep. My internet provider told me this was going to fix everything. I knew it. I knew it wouldn't fix it. AT&T, here we come. Hold on, guys. I got to let this thing correct itself. We're going to continue reading, okay? Actually, hold on. We're not going to continue reading. I'm gonna give it a give me hold on. Give it 60 seconds. Chat, give it time. Give it time. Everybody hold. It's going to fix itself. Don't worry. It's going to fix itself. Just give it a second. Damn. This shit's done fixed itself. That's ass. The hell? Call Bob in just a second. After this TWAB, I'm going to call Bob. Bob, this didn't fix it. It still ain't working. Hold on. It's better? Okay, is it better now? Are we good? All right, hold on. Was this 2:30? 2:35 whenever it messed up? All right, that way when I call Bob, I can let him know. All right. No lie, guys. I really do want a day where I just want to see clips of hunters killing raid bosses by blocking their attacks. I just want to see it, man. And even if it's just for a moment, even if it's just for like a week or something like that, I just want it to happen. All right, Titans. God damn it, my fucking... Oh, hold on. I'm making this call right now. Chat, I'm on the phone. Give me just a moment. There's that whole music. Y'all hear that? Just reload. Should be good now. Someone in that house has Kindle Pro messing up internets. What? $1080p is back with a refresh. That's so bizarre, dude. If it is a Twitch problem, I need to figure that out, dude. Doomerang! Doomerang with the 10 gifted subs. Doomer! Thank you so much. Chat, please drop some love and eggplants right now. It's a Twitch issue? Who do I get a hold of on Twitch's end? Check. Oh, there it goes. It's dropping. It's dropping again. Pete Parsons. $360p, no audio. OBS has been lacking lately. Moxie, I'm glad you enjoyed that. What program are you using for streaming OBS? OBS. Everything's fine here for me. All right, we got to get to this swap. I'll call Bob back. All right. Titan, Crest of Alpha Looping. Over the past year, we've seen a lot of love when it comes to the new additions of things like the support frame autos. With the Edge of Fate, we took a look at some of the other clearly supported-oriented exotics that aren't as popular to give them a leg up to modern sandbox standards. Starting with Crest of Alpha Loopy, we wanted to keep its subclass agnostic, while letting it feel like the one-stop shop for the support Titan fantasy. So Crest of Alpha Loopy added additional effects. Sustained damage while behind a barricade triggers another smaller healing pulse. Healing your allies grants barricade energy. Oh, dude, that is going to be wild. Depending on how much health we get, though. But that could be wild, dude. For just, like, sustained damage. Like, imagine if you drop, like, I don't know, like an area denial frame shot, you're accumulating bolt charge stacks and you're healing yourself while just peppering the enemy. Gonna be hot, dude. Gonna be hot. And you'll be able to stay alive. Phoenix Cradle. The next clear option was Phoenix Cradle. There's a lot of ways to generate sunspots, but it always felt like you couldn't create them where you wanted to maximize the effects of Phoenix Cradle. So we tackled that while also hitting on a very common piece of feedback when it comes to your Cradle-enabled sunspot visuals. So Phoenix Cradle, updated VFX on sunspots while the user has Phoenix Cradle to look more clearly supportive to allies. Added additional effects, dealing sustained solar weapon damage in a sunspot extends its duration. Providing solar buffs to allies has the chance to create a sunspot at your feet. Really? Hot damn. Yo, we could utilize that inside of PvP. Dude, Phoenix Cradle, I'm sure most of you forgot that exotic even existed. Solar's going to be meta too, yeah. MK44 Stanicides. Stanicides. Ironically left in the dust. This exotic lost its role with the introduction of Juggernaut and other changes that made the melee refund less valuable. We removed the melee energy refund on shoulder charge hits and overshield while sprinting. These were replaced by more arc-centric perks that turned you and your allies into an unstoppable force. So 44 stanicites. Sprinting with Juggernaut active periodically grants you a stack of static charge. Sprinting while amplified creates an area behind you that grants allies speed booster. Wow. All right. Is this about to be like the speed running exotic? Interesting. Okay. And then Path of Burning Steps. We liked how Path of Burning Steps played in Season of the Wish before the previous changes to this exotic. To return it to its glory days, gleefully frolicking with Polaris Lance, we added back some of its bonus damage by tying it to Roaring Flames. Oh, dude. Let me just say this. Polaris Lance is going to be really good next season. Path of Burning Steps. Increase solar weapon damage and solar ignition damage based on the number of stacks of Roaring Flames you have. Roaring Flames times 1, times 2, and times 3 grants a 10, 15, and 20% bonus solar weapon damage and 5, 10, 50% bonus ignition damage. Stacks with surge mods. Reduce the duration of suspend, slow, and freeze effects applied to you. Back on the menu, fellas. Dude, based on the artifact mods we've seen, Polaris Lance, ignition damage, and now with Path of Burning Steps is going to be so good. Dragon's Breath might go really hard too. Yeah. Avian Leap. Avian Leap remains a potent choice, but we wanted to add a small nudge in efficacy that won't overtune the whole suspend kit. So Avian Leap now increases the duration of suspend applied by enhanced Drinker's Lashes. Okay. All right. Now, Actium Warwick. These changes to Actium Warwick go along well with the new weapon stats, giving you the option of building your loadout around the exotic to keep its new kill streak bonus rolling. Think Wormgun Caress for auto rifles and machine guns. Wormgun Caress. No way. Actium Warwick. Auto rifle or machine gun final blows increases the stability, ammo generation, and damage. Stacks up to 10 times. Higher stack counts expire more quickly. Brother. Hi. Damn. Dude. It's not just sweet business. Do you know how many weapons we'll be able to take advantage with this? Day one neutral loadouts for sure. Look, it's auto rifles or machine guns though. Thunderlord. I'm thinking like Quicksilver as well thrown into this loop. Oh my God, I didn't even think about Acquire. Kvastov. Yeah. Now, Spirit of Avalupi. Spirit of Avalupi is also going to be inheriting one of the above changes to Crest of Avalupi. Stoicism. Spirit of Avalupi added. Healing your allies grants class ability energy. Okay. I mean, you could utilize this with a support role. Like a support auto. You know what I mean? All right, Warlock. Starfire Protocol. Empowering damage, as has been written on Starfire Protocol, has always felt pretty confusing. With a new world of stats, we figured it was high time to clear up this confusion and give this exotic a well-deserved boost. Are we lagging, by the way? Are we good?
Let's do...
Starfire's about to cook. God dog it, dude. You good? Are we good? Okay, Starfire Protocol. Now also activates on radiant damage. Increase the fusion grenade energy gain from dealing damage from 2.5 to 5%. Reduce fusion grenade energy gain from final blows from 20% to 15%. Damn. Hold on. Increase fusion grenade energy gain from dealing damage to 2.5 to 5%. Activates on radiant damage. So any radiant damage. Reduce fusion grenade energy gain from final blows from 20 to 15%. Yeah. That's the day one build. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Okay, I mean, like back in the day, fusion grenade energy gain from final blows was 100%, everybody. 100. A single empowered fusion grenade final blow would give you back 100%. The main thing is this, like, now also activates on radiant damage. I would have to look at this. You get less for kills. Hold on, no, guys. Don't write this off. Now also activates on radiant damage. We have to look at it. And increase the fusion grenade energy gain from dealing damage to 2.5. We got to look at it. You're reading it wrong. Ray, give it to me. Give it to me like a warlock main. It absolutely is a buff. Ray, motherfucker, say it with your words, bitch. Say it with your words. What am I supposed? Radiant gets full energy. Now also activates on radiant damage. Increase the fusion grenade energy from dealing damage from 2.5 to 5%. Reduce fusion grenade energy gain from final blows from 20 to 15%. The kills giving energy was never a thing before the nerf. It's based on damage now, not kills.
My fiancé loves the stream. Could you say hey to Denise, please?
My fiancé loves the stream. Could you say hey to Denise? Hey, Denise. Huge buff. It only worked with Empowering Rift before. Now it's Radiance. Pretty big. Isn't that exactly what the fuck I just said? Hold on, Ray. Isn't that exactly what I just said? Depending on this, I literally just outlined that. I said, depending on this change, that right there is whether or not that's going to be the bigger difference. Denise, these nuts. It's pronounced Denise. You fuckers, I can't. We got too much happening right now. Jim Gates, repost your comments. Fusion grenade kill will refund the whole class as before. Now only takes 7 kills to get a grenade back instead of 5. You said Jill's favorite 100% nade energy before. That wasn't a thing. Okay, wait a minute. I'm thinking Season the Haunted, Starfire Protocol was at the top of the charts, the #1 most used meta exotic. We would get back our fusion grenade over and over and refund our entire Empowering Rift from a single fusion rifle kill. I mean, a single fusion rifle grenade, a single fusion fucking grenade kill. So the other day we made the Colonel Mustang build, which by the way, going into the dungeon this past. First up, let's talk about what the hell is going on with Starfire Protocol and why it is so good this season. It comes with Fusion Harness, where fusion grenades have an additional charge and recharge from empowered weapon damage. Fusion grenade kills also grant you Rift energy. Now the beautiful thing about this is that it stays. And now it's going to be damage. It's empowered weapon damage. Any type of empowerment. But the easiest way to become empowered is, of course, Empowering Rift. Cast one of these babies down, throw a fusion grenade, get a kill with it, instantly grant yourself a well back again. And all the damage that you're doing inside of that Empowering Rift, or even a Well of Radiance, is feeding you fusion grenade energy. Now, a couple of things that are really boosting our fusion grenades is none other than Touch of Flame. This allows your fusion grenades to explode twice. I like you better than? Fuck you guys. What kind of comment is that? This pretty much guarantees that kill when you land that sticky. The second thing is solar fulmination. Your ignitions do increased damage in an increased radius. This, of course, allows you to not only get the kill on the single targets, but also grants you multi-kills. Even on times where my fusion grenade misses, just laying on the ground, it will grant me a kill. Now, since we don't have a healing rift, you're probably wondering, Cross, how are you able to stay alive? Well, that's where classy restoration comes in. All right. So Ray, what's your fucking point? What's your fucking point on this? It was the season class restoration. I can hear the southern accent more. I don't know what you want me to tell you guys. I've left Louisiana. Before this man lied to us all the time. You said you would get 100% of your grenade energy back on power kills. That was never a thing. Yeah, I misspoke. I meant your empowering rift. Which fed into the loop as well. So, yeah. No, Ray. Thank you for calling that out, and thank you for completely derailing this fucking stream. Mods, if you don't ban this fucking guy, I will find a new set of mods. Ray. And by the way, everyone who said they missed the old cross, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean, get their asses too. I want the fuck out of here. All right, Wings of Sacred Dawn.
Let's go more Warlock love.
With the release of other items in the game, such as the Manicore SMG, we've seen some gripes when it comes to exotics that ask the player to survive while airborne. So to give some help to Wings of Sacred Dawn, we've taken a look at just that. So Wings of Sacred Dawn, combatants are less accurate towards you while Tome of Dawn is active. This is similar to Manicore's effect. While the Solar Super is equipped, Solar Weapon Final Blows now grant restoration and reload your stowed weapons. Okay. That's nice. Fellwinter's Helmets. For many exotics, it's been hard to keep up with the difficulty progression of activities, oftentimes leading to them being great on power or lower content, but extremely feast-famine and high difficulty activities. For weapons, we can usually help remedy this with on-sustained damage effects. In the case of armor, like Fellwinter's Helmet, an equivalent on hit. Zach with the gift stuff, thanks so much. The fuck are you guys spamming over here, man? Can I just say how distracting you are? I'm trying to read right now. Fellwinter's Helmet. Added power melee damage weakens targets. Oh. Applies at 50% weaken. Weaken effects apply by the burst via melee or finisher final blows or in change. Okay. So just the power melee damage will weaken a target without you actually having to get a kill. Okay. I mean, does anybody like that? Hmm? Cross is going to miss his flight. He has a private jet. No worries. Guys, look. I mean, listen. Yo, you know, let me just say, I'm not saying that rage bait doesn't pay some bills here and there, but what the fuck? You think we just got a fucking Gulf Stream hanging out in our backyard? Can we get a weekend in other ways? Sure. Prometheum Spur. In a world with so many Rift exotics, it's always been hard to make a combo Rift feel truly good for how many hoops is asked for you to jump through. So with this pass, we've looked at an alternative approach to the combo Rift that will also let players hook into other atoms on the solar subclass to allow for more versatile benefits. So Prometheum Spurs rework the perk Embers of Light. While the Solar Super is equipped, weapon defeats grant class ability energy, and weapon defeats in a Rift grants different solar verb depending on the Rift. While in a healing Rift, weapon defeats create a pulse that grants radiant to you and nearby allies. while in an empowering rift, weapon defeats instead grant cure to your nearby allies. Okay. Bungie really wants us to use solar. Now, Boots of the Assembler. Currently, Speaker Sight largely outclasses Boots of the Assembler. Speaker Sight is similarly potent at healing allies, produces orbs to power your build, and doesn't require you to stand in a rift to get benefits. Plus, Boots of the Assembler and Noble Seekers are just not that smart. So we sent them to college. They now target allies more reliably, spread their healing out much more efficiently, and give a more flexible benefit when they find an ally. So Boots of the Assembler, Noble Seekers no longer spawn in waves and instead spawn at a constant rate based on the fireteam's size. Average number of Noble Seekers produced per 8 seconds is unchanged. It will reduce 1 per ally in that time period. Noble Seekers tracking range changed to 40 meters, always from 20 to 40 meters based on the time alive. Damn. Noble Seekers will prioritize allies who have not been healed in the last 8 seconds. Noble Seekers can now target allies standing in a rift, producing them. Noble Seekers will not target an ally more than once every 4 seconds. Noble Seekers will not detonate when passing near an ally that they are not targeting. They will now detonate if they make direct impact with an ally they are not targeting. Oh, they'll still detonate if they make direct impact. Okay. No longer grants extended rift duration on Noble Seeker impacts with allies. Instead, grants class ability energy on Noble Seeker impacts with allies. Scales based on the fireteam size. Look, can I just say this? You could be a terrible player in Destiny, but if you rock Boots of the Assembler and Lumina and Noble rounds, you've got my love. I'm straight up, dude. Like, and this goes for PvE and PvP. If you rock those things, you have my love. All right, Geomax stabilizers. We enjoyed watching players shoot out beams of concentrated arc energy just as much as you all did generating them. But with the launch of the Edge of Fate, we are limiting some of that unlimited power. To compensate, we took a pass at retuning its sprinting for bolt charge. Geomax stabilizers reduce super energy granted bionic traces to 4% from 7%. Retuned sprinting to top off bolt charge. Decrease bolt charge stacks required before sprinting will grant additional stacks from 6 to 5. Decrease the amount of time required for sprinting to start granting bolt charge from 2 seconds to 1. Increase the rate bolt charge is granted while this effect is active from 1 every 1.5 seconds to 1 every 0.33 seconds. All right. I mean, this is the big one. That's the big one. I will say, and we had a lot of things contributing to ARC this season, so it's you know, there was a lot of benefits here happening. The main takeaway is this: is like with Geomax, you were able to get your super once every 30 seconds, maybe even less. I think it's still going to be good. I think it's still going to be good, guys. Does this hurt up here? Does this top one especially hurt? Sure, but I think it's still going to be good. Kodar doesn't care. Yeah. Now it's like you could eat your super in 35 seconds or something. Yeah. Now the final shape Bungie rewards. We're almost at the end of the final shape year, but it's never too late to jump into the game, fight against the hordes of darkness, and defeat one of our biggest foes yet. Same thing for the year of content after the expansion. All content is unlocked for Episode Echoes, Revenant, and Heresy for players with the corresponding seasonal passes. As we approach the launch of the Edge of Fate, many of the Bungie rewards available that require a Triumph unlock during this year won't be available anymore. So take this as an opportunity not only to earn them, but also to complete your journey. Check out some of the greatest hits of the year below. Oh, yes. All right. We got known issues, everybody. And then that final note from Bungie here at the end. And with that, this tweet is over. Hope you found all those changes coming to your melee builds and exotic armor pieces interesting. We're pretty sure some of you have already started theorizing about the new builds and combos that would be most fun to play with when the Edge of Fate launches. Let us know what you got the most excited. Let us know what got you the most excited. Let us know what got you the most excited. The Destiny 2 community team. All right. This has been a roller coaster of a TWAB. I'm not going to lie, guys. It started off pretty rough. At the beginning, I literally thought the worst. I thought Bungie was just screwing us. Like, I really thought Bungie was just screwing us. I thought Bungie was about to give value to their 200 stat system by destroying our current builds and our current melee damage. But I got to say, man, then things changed. And as we got further and further into this, starting here, things changed and got a lot better, dude. Just screwing warlocks. You're fine, warlocks. That's not your job anyways. Hunters and Titans, and really everybody, but Hunters and Titans especially, are going to be doing a hell of a lot more damage with our melee-based builds. And I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited. We did the math. Aztecross is still less damage after the changes. Who the fuck is we, huh? Who is you? You did the math. Run the numbers. Run the numbers. You know, and that's the, hold on a real note. On a real note, he could be right. And that's the other thing, man. We will need to run the numbers on this. Everything here, big number values, big jumps, but it's additive. It's not multiplicative. You know, there's gonna be some definite nerfs here. So we'll have to look. We'll run the numbers, and more importantly than that, pre-post testing. And I wish we had the damage range right now to go and actually do the testing, but we don't. It is coming day 1 of Edge of Fate, but that means we will have to collect pre values at Carl and Greg, and then we're also gonna have to test them in post at Carl and Greg. But after that point, everything will be done via the testing range. Did melee builds need more? Tired of Consecration, Slide, Warlock, or Connor? Well, here's the thing, man. I think that, for instance, like Fletched Storm, that's going to be doing a lot better. Bonk is making a return, for sure. Wishful Ignorance with Fletched Storm going to be really, really good. You know, Ascension working with Bacchus and stuff like that. Like, dude, these are all like fun things. So yeah, Consecration is getting a big nerf. We know that. And but I the rest of this stuff I'm all for. Melees might get old though. They don't use it. What is wrong with y'all? Fuck it, just don't use it. Just don't use it. What do you want me to tell you? Oh no. Good builds. Well, just fucking just don't use it. Go fucking use your guns. All right? No one is putting a gun to your head and telling you you got to use a melee-based build. Name builds are so nasty. I will say this. Variety's important. So, Bungie, you're going to have to keep going, baby. You're going to have to keep going. Show us some good grenade-based builds. All right? Don't nerf our super damage. Don't nerf some of our origin traits. I'm scared to death that time loss origin trait is going to get a nerf. We'll see. TWAB? Whoa! What's going on here, people? What happened? What do you not like? By the way, unban everybody that got banned earlier months. What about melee exotic? What about exotic class items that are melee centric? Those also got affected. Here, see right here when it says Spirit of Syntheseps, that's they're talking about exotic class items. I think this is a great TWAB. Thank God. We needed something in this community. Hot damn. If I had to read another TWAB about Rite of the Nines, which is how this one started, but thank God we had some other stuff to talk about. For Warlocks, it's an L. Oh, let me know. You know what? Guys, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Fucking make a Titan. Make a Hunter. Not everything's supposed to be for you guys. This is wrong with Warlocks, man. Hey, you think everything needs to be for you all the time. You know what I'm saying? Melee fields are going to be fun. Boo-hoo, good thing there's 2 other classes. Buff well. I promise you guys, Warlocks, you're going to be eating very good. Half of the Sandbox team is Warlocks, all right? If you don't think Warlocks are going to have a bunch of great changes coming your way, trust me, you guys are going to be fine. You will have the ability to rock some very one-dimensional, brainless play styles and profit throughout Edge of Fate. I was born to Nova, made to well. And who knows? Maybe Starfire makes a call, a return here, right? Now activates off of radiant damage. I mean, seriously, Starfire may make a comeback on this one. You do your job. You play your support class with your wells of boots as assembler. Damn right. One-dimensional like Storm's Keep. Hey man. Look, why are you attacking us right now? You know what I'm saying? Let me say, if you had Storm's Keep, would you not use it on your class? What would you do? Would you unequip it and be like, no, this is beneath me? It's not an attack, it's a retaliation. Warlocks, don't be defensive right now, all right? Look, y'all are important. Seriously. When shit hits the fan, even if you fuckers are terrible at ad clearing, figuring out raid mechanics, and overall just a handicap to the fire team that you're present on, at the end of the day, you always have a job. You're like the medical field, okay? We always need wells. We always need healers. Don't worry. You will always be employed one way or the other. Why the Warlock slander? Because we fucking can. Because we fucking can. All right. That's it, guys. Good TWAB. Not bad, Bungie. This is a good start. But don't fuck this up. We got 3 more weeks? What do we have, 4 more weeks? 4 more weeks? We got 4 more weeks. 3 more weeks, 4 more weeks, 4 more TWABs, 4 or 5, something like that. Bungie, every time you talk, it needs to be consistent, good shit coming out of your mouth every single time. I need to start by next Tuesday when the stream goes live from you guys. I need to be fully erect from then until July the 15th. And you need to maintain that all the way through. It's so far away. Actually closer than you think. You believe we're almost done with June? It's June 19th right now. 4 more weeks of these dungeons. I'm not gonna lie, yeah, I'm getting tired of riding on the 9 too.
Happy anniversary. I love you, Cross.
Akanata Gaming, thank you so much for the Prime, man. That's a medical emergency. In protest of the TWAB, Warlock do not support / heal any other class. Okay, all right. Okay. Nerf Stronghold? No. By the way, we're actually going to try to solo Vesper's Host with our Stronghold build. Hey, man. Has anyone tried it? Has anyone tried doing damage to the boss that way? I'm gonna literally pop a barricade on him and just block. Last once it's the solo Vesper. Brother, I think we can. I will pop a barricade and literally just block the entire time. And I don't think we're gonna die. Until he moves, then you just move next to him to wherever he moves, pop another barricade. It's gonna be a 20 phase. Nah, dude, the damage is pretty good. Yeah, damage is good. It'd be like a 4 phase. Like a 4 phase. Can it block the lightning damage? Yes, Stronghold blocks everything. Lightning will one hit you? No. It blocks everything. It blocks everything. Squatty with the 28 months.
Much love, bro.
You can block lightning damage with Strongholds. I think. Now, please, I can't, guys. I can't. Listen, we'll be back on Tuesday. I know I'm leaving y'all for the weekend. I don't want to. You know that, right? But we have to go to this thing. Borderlands 4 is looking pretty spicy. And I need to go see it firsthand. We'll have a stream going out this weekend. It'll be from Gearbox, and we'll be playing some Borderlands. And then we'll have some footage to follow up with it as well. And we'll be able to talk about the game. Meh. I'm excited. If that's a 4 phase, you don't gotta pay me this month. Basic, really? You want to take that bet? Am I gone? Yeah, no. We're leaving here. We're leaving here in 30 minutes. I gotta get out. I gotta get off of here. Okay. But listen, guys, we'll be back on Tuesday. There is gonna be a live stream from Bungie. It's gonna be really the first time we see anything from Bungie And we're hoping they really show us something good. That stream it needs to be juiced, man. Like they need to be bringing everything. All right. But until then, if I don't catch you this weekend while I'm at Gearbox, you guys have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. All right. I will see you all next Tuesday. Bye, everybody. By the way, hold up. If not that I ever want this to happen, I don't even like saying this out loud, but if I die, like from now until then, you know what I'm saying? In whatever way, whatever fucking way, I want a big fucking statue of me, like a huge fucking statue of me in the tower, like fucking ginormous, and I want a huge bulge. And if you fuckers don't demand that, I swear to God, I will come back and haunt every single one of you.